Hey guys, tonight we're taking you behind the throne, into the cold stone corridors, the velvet-cloaked rituals, and the beautifully boring daily life of a medieval king. Forget the battlefield glory and royal decrees shouted from balconies. This is about what it's really like to wake up every morning, knowing your entire kingdom depends on you, getting through breakfast without insulting someone important. Your room is dim. The fire burned out hours ago. The stone walls breathe out a quiet chill. And the embroidered curtains hanging from your canopy bed are doing their best to trap warmth. But honestly, they're more decorative than functional. You're awake, barely, and somewhere nearby, someone is already whispering about your schedule. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shift slightly beneath the layers. Woolen sheets, a fur throw, and something that might be velvet, but could also be matted fox. It's dark enough that even the tapestries on the far wall have gone colorless. You know them by feel now. One shows your father in battle. Another depicts Saint Michael battling a very confused-looking dragon. And one was added last year just to cover a persistent draft. From somewhere beyond the curtains, there's movement. The soft creak of a door, the clink of a metal tray. You hear hushed voices. Your chamberlain and one of the night attendants exchanging notes like two spies in the wrong century. You keep your eyes closed for a moment longer, not because you're sleeping, but because the moment you acknowledge being awake, the king must begin performing. Too late. Footsteps approach, soft and practiced. "My lord," comes the voice, gentle, deferential. "It is morning." You inhale, not because you want to, but because you must. Your day as monarch has begun. The curtain is drawn back slightly, letting in a pale blade of morning light from the arrow-slit window. It strikes the floor and cuts through the shadows of your chamber. You sit up slowly, the fur sliding from your shoulders like a theatrical reveal. You are wearing a linen shift, unadorned. The simplest thing you'll wear all day. The simplest thing you ever get to wear. One servant sets a basin on the side table. Another brings a towel, steam gently over the kitchen fires. You wash your hands and face while still blinking away sleep. The water is lukewarm, herbal scented, probably mint, possibly parsley. Either way, it's an improvement over the cold splash they gave you last month when someone misjudged the firewood. A third servant opens the shutters. The light is soft and pale, not quite golden yet. The view from your window isn't dramatic. No grand sunrise. No cavalry drills in the courtyard. Just rooftops, chimney smoke, and the faint cawing of a crow that has taken personal offense to your presence. You step out of bed. Two attendants immediately begin removing your sleeping garments, while another shakes out the robe you'll wear for breakfast. It's a ritual. One that says, yes, I am important enough to require 3 people to help me dress before I've even had bread. You glance at your schedule, already inked on parchment and laid across your writing desk. There are names, meetings, a feast, a council session that has the words potential conflict underlined 3 times. Historians still argue whether kings really ran their kingdoms day to day or delegated most tasks to advisors while maintaining ceremonial presence. In your case, it's a mix. You don't personally count grain sacks or inspect moat drainage, but you do have to sit through discussions about them. And that's somehow worse. You move toward the hearth, where a small fire has been rekindled. Your slippers have been pre-warmed. This is a small luxury, but it reminds you, you are the king. You should have warm slippers. You should never meet a cold floor unless you choose to. You sit by the fire briefly while the others prepare your chamber for the day. Fresh rushes on the floor. The occasional splash of rosemary water to mask the scent of royal living. You yawn once, quietly. Kings do not yawn loudly. Then you rise again and stretch. Not because you need to, but because it gives the appearance of readiness, of strength, of controlled ease. A servant brings you a goblet, not wine, not yet, just warm water with a slice of lemon and honey. The lemon is imported, costly, possibly excessive, but the sweetness balances the morning. You sip slowly. You think about the day ahead. Your counsel will expect you to weigh in on trade routes. Your wife wants to speak with you about the southern estate. A bishop is coming. You don't remember which one. You suspect he'll talk about relics or cows. You're not ready, but you will be, because being king isn't about always knowing what to do. It's about always looking like you do. Your dressing chamber smells faintly of beeswax, damp wool, and the lingering tang of a previous king's cologne, probably pine tar and ambition. The air is cooler here, with no fire lit, but that doesn't matter. You're about to be buried in so many layers. You could survive a blizzard in full repose. The servants are already prepared. Laid out across the long bench are the garments of kingship. Not full coronation regalia. That's for parades and diplomatic marriages. Today is a standard day, which means only moderate discomfort. You nod once, and they begin. First, the linen undershirt. It's clean, which is more than most of your kingdom can say. It's also scratchy. You endure it. Next comes a pair of woolen chausses, tight-fitting leg coverings that somehow manage to feel both too warm and not warm enough. You shift your weight from foot to foot as they're laced, then tied just beneath the knee with braided cords that always leave a mark. Then the tunic. It's dark red today, a royal color. The embroidery at the hem features your family crest, a lion, a sun, and something that might be a duck, depending on who stitched it. You don't question it anymore. The belt comes next, wide, heavy, hung with ornamental metal plates that clink like the softest chainmail. Entirely for show. It carries no sword, just the ceremonial dagger, blunt, unused, and likely to bend if it ever met an actual melon. Over this, a surcoat is draped, velvet, deep green, lined with fur that's not technically legal to own unless you're a monarch or someone willing to bribe a furrier. It smells like cedar chests and responsibility. As it's fastened across your chest, you feel your spine straighten. This is the moment the transformation completes. Man becomes monarch. You glance at your reflection in the polished bronze mirror. Your beard is trimmed, your hair neatly combed and parted just off center. A servant dabs your temples with a tiny pouch of lavender-stuffed linen, supposedly calming. Mostly just makes your head smell like a very anxious garden. "Shall we add the chain today, my lord?" asks your valet, holding up the royal collar. You hesitate. The chain of office is heavy, literally and metaphorically. You consider today's meetings, today's company. You nod. The chain is laid over your shoulders with reverence. Each link has been engraved with tiny symbols of kingship: a scepter, a wheat sheaf, a bishop's mitre, a sword. You once asked which was which. Your steward said, "It depends on the lighting." Finally, the ring, a thick gold band with an inset garnet, symbol of your reign, often kissed, rarely cleaned. You slide it on your finger, feel its familiar weight, and flex your hand. Historians still debate how much of a king's outfit was practical and how much was posturing. Some argue that layers and symbols were necessary to signify legitimacy, especially in times of unrest. Others say it was all just theater, an elaborate game of medieval cosplay designed to keep everyone playing pretend. You suspect both are right, because now that you're fully dressed, you feel different, heavier, straighter. Like the person underneath the fabric doesn't quite matter as much as the one wearing it. A knock at the inner door. One of the stewards enters with a nod. "Breakfast is ready. Sire, the bishop is early, and your cousin has already spilled ink on the chapel records." You sigh through your nose. Very well. You walk, not quickly, never quickly. Kings glide. You move through the corridor like someone who's never tripped on a hem in his life, even though you absolutely have. The servants part before you like reeds in a river, eyes down, mouths closed. The corridor is lined with tapestries, hunting scenes, mythical beasts, and one questionable depiction of your great-grandfather winning a duel against a creature historians now believe might have been a sheep with mange. The floors have been strewn with fresh rushes, rosemary and lavender again. The theme continues. You descend the short stair into the eastern hall, where the breakfast table has been set. It's a modest meal. By royal standards, rye bread, a boiled egg, a wedge of cheese, and a cluster of grapes that arrived via 6 carts and 4 horses from a land so distant. No one's entirely sure it exists. You sit, and 3 things happen at once. Your napkin is draped, your goblet is filled, and the bishop clears his throat. He stands near the hearth, already smiling, already rehearsing whatever request he smuggled in beneath his holy pleasantries. He begins, "Your Majesty, I pray this day finds you at peace." You lift your spoon. "Peace," you reply. "Is a rare guest. Please, eat." He bows and joins you. This is your first audience of the day. There will be more. Some formal, some veiled in flattery, all of them wanting something. But right now, you chew your bread slowly, nod politely, and pretend to be absorbing his update about cathedral repairs. The servants stand motionless against the wall, trained not to twitch. The room smells of warm bread and wood smoke. Your goblet is refilled without request. The bishop continues talking about stained glass. You continue pretending not to drift. And all the while, your clothing reminds you with every movement. You are not merely a man who woke up this morning. You are a king. And kings do not slouch. Even when the cheese is a little dry and the conversation even drier. The bishop is still talking. You nod every so often, taking carefully timed sips of your watered wine and chewing slowly on your 3rd bite of bread, as if each morsel might distract you from yet another discourse on ecclesiastical roof repair. And naturally, Your Majesty, the bishop continues, we've considered replacing the apse windows with those gifted by the Margravine of Hochwald, though her taste in iconography leans toward excessive martyrdom. You hum, non-committally. At your side, a servant refreshes the tray of fruit. You flick your fingers toward the figs. One is placed gently on your plate. It splits open like a sigh as you press it with the back of your knife. Sweet, soft, uninterested in martyrdom. You glance again at the bishop, who has now unrolled a small parchment. This is a bad sign. Parchment at breakfast never leads to joy. Signatures, Your Majesty, merely ceremonial, but deeply affirming to the clergy. You raise an eyebrow. Ceremonial signatures rarely come with ink pots before dawn. The bishop laughs too loudly and nods. You relent. Dip the quill offered by a servant and sign with a flourish you've practiced since you were 12. It looks confident, even if you have no memory of what, precisely, you just agreed to. Historians still argue whether medieval kings actually read what they signed or simply waved quills like magic wands. Some say kings had full command of statecraft by sunrise. Others believe they mastered the art of saying, until someone else made the decision. You lean somewhere in the middle. You read when it matters. You sign when it doesn't. Breakfast continues, now with a brief interruption from your steward. He leans in, whispering so softly you feel it more than hear it. The envoy from Montreval has arrived early. He brings gifts and poetry. You raise your eyes to the ceiling, where a faded fresco of St. Eustace hides his face in a bush. Is it his poetry? The steward nods, expression grim. Very well, you mutter. Prepare the throne room. The bishop, seeing his moment slipping away, folds his parchment and stands. As always, Your Majesty, your wisdom is anointed. You smile just enough to be polite. And your ink is quite persistent. He bows again, robes swishing, and glides from the hall like a man late for a sermon about himself. You rise, hands wiped with a damp cloth held by an outstretched page. Your goblet is whisked away. The doors open before you. Throne room time. You walk through the grand corridor, the stone echoing under your boots. A tapestry to your left depicts your coronation. Gold thread catching the light, your face lovingly rendered as a man twice as handsome and half as tired. The throne room lies ahead, guarded by 2 sentries in polished mail who straighten at your approach with synchronized discipline. You pass between them. The doors creak open. Inside, light pours through high, clear-story windows, catching dust motes in gold suspension. The air smells faintly of incense and wax. Courtiers stand arranged like cautious birds around the chamber edges. Nobles to the left, clergy to the right. Everyone else, envoys, petitioners. The unclassified wealthy hovers near the center like eager furniture. And at the far end, under the tallest window, your throne waits. It's uncomfortable, heavy, more of a symbol than a seat. But you approach with practiced confidence and settle into it like it doesn't make your back twitch. One servant adjusts your robe. Another positions the footstool just so. A herald steps forward, slaps a staff against the floor. All hail His Majesty, sovereign of, and here he launches into your titles. They go on longer than they need to. You count 3 coughs and 1 muffled yawn before he finishes. You nod. Let us begin, you say. The first petitioner approaches, a merchant with too many rings, bowing low. He wants tariffs reduced on saltfish. You ask him 3 questions you already know the answer to, then defer to the chamberlain for review. It will come back later. Everything always does. Next, a land dispute between 2 minor lords. They both claim ownership of a pasture where a prized ox has taken up residence. You listen. You ask who actually owns the ox. Neither answers directly. You rule that the ox be moved and the land be surveyed. Neither is happy. Both bow. You feel victorious. Then, the envoy. He approaches in layered silks, carrying a scroll tied with absurdly wide ribbon and a velvet pouch that jangles when he bows. Your Majesty, he says in the flowery accent of Montreval, my sovereign sends his regards, and this small token of esteem. The pouch is placed on a silk-covered pedestal. Inside, a dozen gold coins, each stamped with your face. You glance at your steward. We didn't mint these. No, my lord. The envoy beams. A tribute. Your likeness in Montreval shall bring prosperity to our trade. You consider, or confusion. You reply, if your blacksmiths can't tell me from a tax collector. The envoy laughs, then produces the scroll and a poem composed by His Majesty himself. You brace. He unrolls it. To the King of noble reign, whose wisdom flows like vintage rain. You raise a hand. That's quite enough vintage for now. Convey our gratitude, and kindly remind your sovereign that rain, vintage or otherwise, is rarely wise. He bows again, red-faced, and retreats. Court continues. Noble complaints. Clerical requests. One man insists his neighbor cursed his turnips. You promise to investigate. You won't. The throne grows harder by the minute. You shift subtly, nod at the steward, and rise. Enough for this morning. You announce, we'll resume tomorrow, unless someone's turnips start dancing. The court laughs. The pressure lifts. You descend the steps, robes trailing, and return to your chamber for a brief breath before the council arrives. You've worn the crown all morning, even if it never touched your head. You escape the throne room with all the grace of a man who spent the last hour listening to 3 versions of the same complaint about river boundaries. Behind you, the doors thud shut with ceremonial gravity. Ahead, a brief, blissful corridor of calm. 2 pages fall in behind you, one carrying your goblet, the other just trying not to trip on your robe. You pass a tapestry showing your grandfather leading a charge into battle. He looks impossibly regal, hair flowing like water, sword raised to the heavens. You know for a fact he was shorter than you and nearsighted. You reach your solar, a smaller chamber just off your private apartments, and step inside. It's warm, blessedly quiet, and smells of wax and rosemary oil. The windows here overlook the herb gardens. From this angle, it almost looks like you govern peace itself. You sit in the high-backed chair by the hearth. A servant sets a tray on the table beside you. Dates, almonds, a bit of honeyed oat bread. You nibble with half interest. Your real hunger is for stillness. It doesn't last. Ready for petitions from the lower courts. Sire, asks your steward, who has appeared so silently he may be part cat. You sigh through your nose. Are any of them truly urgent? He consults a scroll. One woman claims her neighbor is stealing chickens. The neighbor claims the chickens are simply disloyal. You blink, postpone. He nods. Another knock. Sir Edric has arrived. Of course he has. Edric is always early, always eager, and always approximately twice as loud as the room requires. Send him in. Sir Edric enters in full mail, clanking like a wind chime made of ambition. He bows. Your Majesty, I have returned from the borderlands. The roads are clear. The villagers are thriving. Also, the bakery in Darnwell has begun shaping its loaves in the likeness of your head. You raise an eyebrow. Is it flattering? Edric frowns. Well, the nose is generous. Very well. Let the bread stand. Edric bows again, promises to update you later about fortifications and oat yields, and leaves just before your second mental alarm of the day goes off. Throne time is over. Now begins the part of the day that feels somehow even longer. Meetings. The council has assembled in the round chamber, seated at a large oak table that has groaned under the weight of political indecision for generations. You arrive, robes adjusted, goblet in hand. The Chancellor begins immediately. My liege, the northern fiefdoms have delayed sending their grain tithe. Have they offered explanation? You ask. Sitting. Yes, says the steward. Their messenger claims bandits. Their lord claims poor harvest. Their bishop blames the stars. Of course he does. You consider? Send a letter, kindly, but firm. Mention celestial disappointment. The scribe makes a note. Next, the master of coin clears his throat. About the mint, sire. The new coins lack consistency and weight. You suppress a sigh. We do want them to be coin-shaped. Indeed. But several appear oval. One resembles a duck. You stare at him. We'll melt them. A few chuckles circle the table. Historians still argue whether medieval kings truly deliberated over such minute details, or simply let advisors squabble until someone gave up. You've found a delicate balance. Appear attentive, interject occasionally, and repeat their last sentence back in a deeper voice. They'll assume it's strategy. The session drifts into a dispute over road maintenance. You listen with half your brain. With the other half, you contemplate the chair's uncomfortable angle. You adjust. It does not help. Just as the talk turns toward armor standardization, thrilling. The chamberlain coughs. Also, sire, we've had a request for audience from the Duchess of Elbraith. You glance up. Elbraith? I thought she was abroad. She returned suddenly, with 3 horses, 2 chests, and a very expensive opinion about court fashion. Schedule her for not today. More notes are made. Someone sneezes. The scribe says, "Bless you," without looking up. There is talk of taxes, of linen shipments, of a page who tried to marry a goose for love, and land rights. You stand. The room stills. My lords, you say, I believe our kingdom is safe for 1 more hour. Let us pause before someone asks me to approve another turnip census. They rise with you. Everyone bows. Everyone breathes again. You retreat to the antechamber, where your falconer is waiting with Lady Cinder, the only living creature in your life who does not expect an answer, a tax, or a compliment. She perches on your wrist, hooded, silent, majestic. You scratch the feathers behind her neck. She does not respond. Shall we take a walk? You whisper. She doesn't say no. And that's as close to enthusiasm as you're going to get today. Lady Cinder's talons tighten on your gloved wrist, not enough to break skin, just enough to remind you who actually holds the power in this particular relationship. You nod politely at the falconer, who bows and steps back, leaving you alone with your bird, your thoughts, and a corridor full of air that smells faintly of old stone and older dust. You step outside into the courtyard. The sun has fully risen now, filtered through streaks of cloud and casting long shadows across the flagstones. The chill of morning still clings to the air, but the worst of the frost has been chased away by the late sun and a few well-placed braziers lining the walls. Lady Cinder flutters once, then stills. Her hood stays on. For now, she's resting. You envy her. The guards at the outer gate nod, but say nothing as you pass. You're wearing your informal crown today, just a band of gold, no gemstones, just enough to stop strangers from asking who you are. Not that anyone in the castle would. Your boots crunch lightly on the gravel path as you make your way toward the outer garden. This is your favorite part of the castle, less ornate, more useful. You pass the herb beds, the falcon pens, and the place where the apprentices sharpen tools and pretend not to listen to gossip. They bow when you walk past, awkwardly, trying to sheath carving knives with dignity. You nod. You are feeling generous. You do not mention the parsley stuck to one boy's forehead. You take a seat on the stone bench near the west tower. It's uneven and cold, but perfectly placed to overlook the kitchen garden, the guardhouse, and the field where Lady Cinder likes to fly. A page lays a blanket down on the bench first. Smart child. You sit. You loosen your wrists slightly, and the falcon stirs. Slowly, carefully. You remove her hood. She blinks once, twice. Her eyes sharpen like polished obsidian, and she turns her head in that elegant, eerie way falcons have, as if seeing three versions of the world at once and judging all of them. You raise your arm. She does not launch. Not yet, you murmur. She clicks her beak. You take that as a yes. Historians still debate the actual skill of medieval kings in falconry. Some argue that the practice was symbolic, a display of control and refinement. Others insist certain kings became skilled hunters in their own right, forming close bonds with their birds. You fall somewhere in between. You enjoy the rituals, the gear, the feeling of connection. But if pressed, you'd struggle to explain what exactly. Mewing means beyond something the falcon is doing again. You stay there, motionless, while Lady Cinder surveys her invisible empire. Servants pass in the distance. A dog barks once from the stables. From inside the keep, the faint sound of someone practicing the lute drifts through the air, tentative, slightly out of tune, and unmistakably hopeful. Lady Cinder shifts on your wrist. You rise. You walk toward the clearing. The grass here is short, the wind still. You turn your arm just so. Give her the subtlest of prompts, and she's off. A blur of motion, wings beating once, twice, then silent. She cuts through the air like a blade too elegant for war. You shield your eyes slightly against the sun as she arcs upward, then levels off. A perfect shadow dancing across the field. You don't call to her. She doesn't need calling. She circles once, then twice, then dives, startling a cluster of pigeons from a nearby tree. She doesn't strike. Jess flexes her power. Then, just as easily, she returns. She lands with precision, claws curling around your arm. She's lighter than she looks. Deadlier, too. You whisper. Show off. She preens. Just a little. You walk back toward the garden, her hood already waiting on your belt. As you pass a cluster of guards, one of them raises an eyebrow. Successful flight, sire? You shrug. She didn't attack the kitchen boy. I'm counting it as a win. Laughter ripples softly, respectfully. These guards know you. They've seen you chase diplomacy with less grace than you just handled a bird. You return Lady Cinder to her perch, passing her back to the falconer with a nod. She doesn't fuss, just clicks once and settles. Let her rest, you say, and make sure she doesn't bully the younger birds again. Of course, Your Majesty. You return to your chamber briefly. Fresh water waits on the wash basin. A bowl of warm walnuts and figs has appeared on the table. You pop one into your mouth and savor the sweetness, the quiet, the sheer luxury of a moment not filled with demands. Then a knock. Your chamberlain again. He always knocks exactly twice. You're not sure if it's a habit or a curse. My lord, the council is reconvening. There's talk of border adjustments and the new tax assessments. You nod slowly. And the envoy from Montreval? In the chapel, praying, loudly. Of course. You glance at the window. The sun is higher now. The day has found its pace. You sigh, then rise. Another round of scrolls, names, complaints, promises, and smiling enemies awaits. But you feel better now. Sometimes. All a king needs is a silent bird, a quiet garden, and 5 minutes without poetry. The corridor to the council chamber smells like parchment and old arguments. You walk slowly, giving yourself a few extra moments before stepping back into the arena of polite disagreement and passive-aggressive baronial nodding. Your boots tap in time with your thoughts, tax rolls, trade routes, and whether or not the bishop is still miffed about the wine allocation from last night's feast. The chamberlain meets you at the arched door. He doesn't speak, just bows and pulls it open with that quiet flourish he's perfected over the years. You step inside. The council room is circular, designed, in theory, to promote equality. But everyone knows where the power sits. Your chair is larger than the others, slightly higher, subtly more carved, and it creaks in just the right way when you settle in, like an old oak complaining about its responsibilities. The council members rise as you enter. You give the smallest nod. They sit. Today's attendees include your chancellor, your steward, your master of coin, your marshal, a bishop, of course, and one new face, a thin, sallow man with an embroidered collar and the hopeful anxiety of someone who just received a last-minute promotion. The chancellor opens a scroll. Your Majesty, he begins. We resume our discussion of the new tariffs on wool exports. The lords of the Western Marches are claiming overreach, while the merchants insist this is the only way to survive the seasonal dip. You raise a hand before he can continue. Have either side considered just agreeing? There's a moment of silence. Then, a polite laugh from the steward. The others glance at one another, unsure if you're joking. You weren't. Entire wars have started with less. The debate unfolds like a slow chess match played on a table missing 3 pieces. The bishop insists on divine oversight. The marshal wants to conscript more guards to watch for smugglers. The master of coin wants, quite desperately, not to be responsible for any of it. You listen, hands folded. You ask 2 questions. You repeat one of their points back to them in slightly different words. It works. They call it wisdom. Historians still argue whether kings actively led their councils or merely curated the illusion of leadership while the true work happened beneath them. You found truth in both. The right silence can carry as much weight as a speech. The right raised eyebrow can end a paragraph. Eventually, they reach a decision. You nod. Good. Let it be written. And if the Western marches send another letter with 12 seals and no punctuation, I expect someone else to read it. The Chancellor bows. Next item, land boundaries. Apparently, a minor lord has built a grain storage shed 3 feet into another baron's territory. This has caused immense disruption to local harmony, which is council speak for nobody is actually angry, but now we've all committed to pretending we are. You suggest a compromise. The shed stays, but the baron gets a goat. A good one. Possibly named something regal, like Florence. They laugh, but the idea is accepted. Then, the envoy from Montreval returns. He enters in fresh robes, trailing behind him a retainer with a box that looks unnecessarily ornate for anything useful. He bows. Your Majesty. He begins. My sovereign wishes to express continued interest in a mutual agreement concerning the northern trade routes. Does this involve more poetry? He hesitates. No, my lord. Only dried fruit and a map. You raise an eyebrow. A promising change. He presents the map. It's long, narrow, and poorly scaled. Rivers snake like drunken eels. Towns appear twice. One mountain range is suspiciously labeled, "Here be probably bears." You study it, trace your finger along the borderlines, and make a noise halfway between thoughtfulness and mild irritation. Tell your sovereign we are open to negotiation, but we prefer raisins over dates, and our rivers don't curve that much. The envoy bows again and promises to return with revisions, and possibly prunes. He exits. The door closes. You lean back in your chair. A tray is brought in. Cheese, bread, apple slices arranged in what someone clearly thought was an elegant spiral. You pick one up, bite, consider your legacy. Then the marshal speaks up. There is one final matter, Your Majesty. Rumors of unrest near the southern border. You glance up. Bandits? Possibly. Or rival landowners. Or just very aggressive shepherds. Send a rider, you say. Politely. See if the sheep are armed. They laugh. You don't. The rest of the meeting winds down. Notes are taken. Parchments exchanged. Someone knocks over a goblet, and a servant appears from nowhere with a cloth, like magic. Eventually, the Chancellor stands. Your Majesty, with your leave, we shall resume after the evening feast. You nod. Everyone stands. They bow. They file out with practiced efficiency. You remain seated for a moment longer, watching the dust swirl in the angled sunlight streaming through the high windows. You sigh. There's peace in this room. After all the talking, after all the posturing, it's the peace of decisions made, of scrolls signed, of minor crises contained in slightly decorative boxes. But it never lasts. A soft knock on the inner door. Your steward again. You don't ask how he moves so silently in those shoes. "My lord," he says, "your cousin is requesting a private audience before dinner." You close your eyes. Which cousin? The enthusiastic one. Of course. You rise, stretch, your back cracks just enough to remind you that power is mostly a matter of posture. Fine. Let's get it over with. You leave the council chamber. Outside. The corridor is lit now with golden glow, the afternoon pressing gently into evening. The walls are warm to the touch. The tapestries shift slightly in the draft. And somewhere in this great, humming castle, your cousin is preparing a speech you will probably not enjoy. But you are a king. And kings listen. Even when they don't want to, you find your cousin waiting in the western solar, pacing in slow, uneven arcs across the polished floor. He's wearing his favorite doublet, the one with the unfortunate ruffles and the gold buttons shaped like grapes. His hair is slicked back in a way that suggests he either just wrestled a duck or paid someone too much to make it look that way. "Your Majesty," he exclaims, "the moment you step into the room, thank you for seeing me. I wouldn't trouble your time if it weren't of the utmost importance. Life or death? Well, not death, but certainly inconvenience." You settle into the chair by the window, motioning for him to sit, which he interprets as an invitation to remain standing and continue pacing like a dramatic ghost. He dives in. "It's the Falconry fields," he begins. I know. We've spoken of this before, but I truly believe that with proper investment, they could be expanded into a full tournament ground. Imagine it. Banners, lords and ladies, friendly wagers, pies. Not just any pies, but the kind with crust that hums when you tap it. You raise a hand. "Cousin, you're proposing a sports arena for birds. And also snacks," he adds, smiling brightly, as if that seals the case. You close your eyes. Count to 3. Open them. Do you have any idea what the last tournament cost this kingdom? Yes, he says, but only because the lances were gilded and the soup had to be blue. You arch an eyebrow. Which was not my fault. He adds quickly. That was Sir Lyle. He read the invitation upside down. You sigh. Historians still debate how much influence royal relatives had in daily governance. Some say they were essential, trusted confidants who helped navigate noble circles. Others suggest they were a consistent, well-dressed headache. You're inclined toward the latter, though you do admit your cousin's ideas are rarely dull. He continues. You half listen. Something about falcon relays. A flight of fancy competition. An idea for a miniature crown that birds could wear while landing on designated targets. You suspect he's been testing the royal wine before noon. You nod vaguely. Say things like, we'll look into it, and perhaps next season. He beams like you've just handed him a duchy. A servant appears at the door, waiting silently. You're grateful for the interruption. Dinner is being laid, sire. You rise. Your cousin gives an exaggerated bow, nearly toppling a candelabra. Truly, he says. I appreciate your time. I know you have so many things to consider. Wars, borders, trade. But sometimes, what a kingdom really needs is a bird in a hat. You nod again. Of course. Thank you for your vision. He departs, humming something vaguely triumphant. You watch him go and marvel, briefly, that he survived this long. You make your way to the feast hall. It's not a grand banquet tonight, just the usual evening meal. Still, there's ceremony, there's order. Your seat is the largest, your goblet the fullest, your cutlery the shiniest, though you rarely use more than 2 of the 5 implements laid before you. The lords and ladies filter in. Noble faces, some familiar, some newly ambitious. You nod. Smile faintly. Accept compliments on your posture, your robe, your choice of wine last Tuesday. You accept it all with practiced ease, like a man enduring mild weather. The food arrives in courses: pottage, game hen, roasted root vegetables arranged into the shape of a cathedral. You take small bites, pretending to savor. In truth, your stomach has grown immune to excitement. It expects bread, meat, and the occasional rogue almond. Anything else is treated with suspicion. The conversation flows around you, gossip disguised as diplomacy, compliments doubled as warnings. The Duchess to your right leans in. They say the Count of Norwin has started building a second castle, closer to your border. You raise your goblet to your lips. Then I hope his architect has a steady hand. She smiles. As do we all. This is what passes for light banter. You excel at it. Halfway through the meal, the bard is summoned. He strums his lute gently and launches into a tale about a knight, a sorceress, and a quest for a magical spoon that stirs by itself. It's absurd, meandering, and, somehow, just what you need. You lean back and let the story wash over you like warm bathwater. The bard finishes. Applause follows. Someone throws a plum. It is caught mid-air by a page, earning mild admiration and a job offer from your cousin. Dessert arrives: honey cakes, sugared nuts, fruit poached in spiced wine. You nibble, you nod. You fake interest in someone's argument about whether lemon is a fruit of loyalty or betrayal. Eventually, you stand. The room quiets. My friends, you say, tonight's meal has satisfied both stomach and spirit. Let us leave politics for tomorrow. Let us, just for this evening, enjoy being slightly overfed and marginally entertained. Laughter, bows, toasts. You exit first, not because you're rude, because kings always leave the room before the mood sours. Back in your chamber, the fire has been rekindled, a robe laid out, a goblet waiting. You change slowly, dismiss the servants with a nod, and stand at the window for a moment. The night is cool. The stars are sharp. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hoots, a good sign. If you believe the old songs, a warning. If you believe the older ones, you sip your wine, stretch, crack your neck once, loudly. Time for evening prayers. Time for silent corridors. Time for bed. But not quite yet. Not before the night watch. The corridors after supper have a different energy. Quieter, cooler, padded with shadows. You walk them alone now, save for one lantern bearer trailing behind at just the right distance, like a firefly with good posture. Your soft leather shoes whisper against the stones. The embroidered robe you wear for night rounds is deep blue with gold trim. You think it might once have belonged to your uncle, though he probably didn't pair it with a goblet of wine and such a visible reluctance. You pass through the northern gallery first. The moonlight filters through stained glass, throwing fractured saints and questionable dragons across the floor. The guards here straighten as you pass. You nod to them, not too formally. They're doing thankless work. walking the ramparts, checking locks, whispering ghost stories when they think no one's listening. You stop by the window overlooking the outer walls. Far below, the torches flicker along the curtain wall. The watchmen move like slow clockwork, dark outlines against orange glow. One of them pauses to relight a brazier. Another adjusts his sword belt and stares into the woods with that expression unique to nighttime soldiers, half alert, half wondering if rabbits count as enemies. You continue. Down a spiral staircase, along a narrow passage, into the guardroom beside the eastern gate. The captain stands when you enter, boots snapping together. His breastplate shines faintly in the lamplight. All quiet. "Sire," he says. "One owl, one suspicious shadow, both unarmed." You nod. "Keep it that way." Historians still debate whether kings actually conducted nightly inspections or merely claim they did in letters and ballads. You don't do it every night, but when you do, it's about more than security. It's about presence, about reminding the castle, the kingdom, and occasionally yourself that you're still watching. You leave the guardroom and take the longer way back through the lower cloisters. Here, the stone is colder, the ceiling's higher. The air smells faintly of incense and dust, old prayers, still lingering. You pass by the chapel. Inside, a few candles burn near the altar. A young scribe is asleep on a bench, quill still in hand, ink blotting the page beneath him. You recognize him, Jared, eager, nervous, frequently covered in parchment fragments. You step inside, gently remove the quill, and place it on the bench beside him. Then you lift the parchment and glance at what he was copying. Psalms, though one has been rewritten with a note in the margin that reads, "Fix this before the bishop sees." You leave the chapel quietly. As you turn toward your private wing, the steward appears again, out of nowhere, like fog. "My lord," he says. The astronomer sends word. "The stars tonight are unfavorable for travel, but ideal for reflection." You blink. Is that a subtle way of saying he wants a raise? "Unclear, sire." You sigh. Send him a blanket and a pair. Philosophical men get cold. You reach your bedchamber at last. The fire has burned low. 2 candles remain on the hearth, their wax pooling onto saucers etched with your father's crest. The bed is freshly turned, the sheets gently warmed by stones tucked beneath the mattress. You disrobe with the help of your valet, who takes your robe as if it were sacred linen and folds it with painful care. You wash your hands in the basin of rose water, just enough to chase the day from your skin, and sit for a moment by the hearth, letting the last sips of heat find their way into your bones. You consider calling for a lute player. You don't. You consider reading the letter left on your pillow, sealed with blue wax, bearing the crest of the Duke of Margren. You don't. Instead, you just listen to the wood popping, to the wind slipping through arrow slits, to the rhythm of your own breath, slowing. It's strange how quiet the castle becomes at night. It feels less like stone and more like a living thing, as if the walls breathe, and the tapestries sigh, and the banners hanging in the halls lower their voices in sleep. You stand one last time. Walk barefoot now, because you can. Across the cold floor to the narrow balcony. You pull the heavy curtain aside and step into the air. The stars above are cold and clear. The moon hangs low, wide as a shield and twice as pale. The hills beyond your lands ripple in silver and ink. You rest your hands on the stone balustrade and let the chill settle over your skin. You hear nothing but the wind and the faint hiss of the torches below. You are a king, and no one is watching you now. No court, no cousins, no poets, no letters to sign or proclamations to deliver, just the sky. You whisper into the dark, let it hold for one more night. The wind answers with nothing at all, which, somehow, is exactly what you needed. You linger on the balcony longer than you planned. The night has that particular weight to it, the kind that tugs at your thoughts, slowing them like honey on a spoon. Below, the castle lies quiet and still, as though it too is holding its breath. Eventually, the chill begins to creep past your skin and into your bones. Not painfully, just a gentle nudge, reminding you that even kings aren't immune to cold floors and late hours. You turn, step back inside, and draw the curtain close behind you. The chamber is warm again, though the fire has dwindled to a soft orange glow. You can hear the faint crackle of embers and the deeper, slower sound of your own breath echoing in the stillness. The bed waits, high, wide, layered with furs and linen, the crown jewel of your nighttime routine. But you're not quite ready to climb into it yet. You cross to your desk in the corner, where a small stack of letters awaits your attention. Most are sealed in the usual waxes: red for courtly matters, black for military reports, green for estate management. One, however, is tied with simple string and bears no seal, just your name in a hand you recognize immediately. You sit, unwrap it carefully, and unfold the parchment. It's from your sister. She lives 2 counties away, married into a quiet, scholarly household where letters are frequent and drama is rare. You envy that sometimes. Her message is kind, unhurried, updates on her garden, the stubbornness of her eldest son, a recipe for stewed apples that she insists tastes best when cooked over a fire older than the pan. There's a postscript that makes you smile. Do you still sleep facing the door? You always said kings never turn their backs on the night. You do. Of course, you do. Historians argue endlessly about the personal habits of kings. Some say they slept in full robes, daggers under the pillow. Others claim they kept musicians nearby all night, serenading them into sleep with gentle ballads about geese and fate. The truth, you suspect, lies in the quieter details. The turning toward the door, the silent promises made in the dark, the habits that outlive even their usefulness. You set the letter aside. You'll respond tomorrow, or the next day. The post always finds her. From across the room, you hear a small rustle, someone entering through the hidden servant's door. It's your valet, come to lay the final water pitcher and tuck the hearth logs for morning. He does this like a whisper and leaves just as softly, the door closing behind him with a quiet click. You are alone again. Finally, you cross to the bed. The furs are heavy, soft, faintly smelling of cedar and smoke. You slide beneath them slowly, letting your body sink 1 inch at a time into the comforting weight. The pillows are arranged perfectly. You adjust only one of them, purely out of instinct. You lie still for a moment, staring up at the carved canopy. Lions, vines, suns, and stars. A tapestry of symbols you've seen every night for years, yet always find something new in. Tonight, a little swirl above the lion's paw, a detail you've missed, or maybe just forgotten. You close your eyes. Try to summon sleep, but it hovers, just out of reach. Your mind drifts, back over the day, through the council chamber and the clinking of goblets, the bird in flight, the laughter at dinner, the hush of the chapel. All of it feels distant now, faded around the edges, already turning into tomorrow's memory. You think about the steward's voice, low and steady. You think about your cousin's ridiculous proposal. You think about the stars above Montreval, and whether their maps always exaggerate the rivers on purpose. You think about your sister and her fire-warmed apples, and how she still thinks of you as someone who fears turning his back on the dark. And you think of the kingdom, all of it, the fields, the forests, the people sleeping now in wooden cottages and stone towers, under patchwork quilts or reed mats, all of them resting beneath the same moon you stood under. You inhale, hold it, let it go. Not quite a sigh. You shift in the bed, turning slightly, yes, facing the door, and nestle deeper into the furs. You can hear the castle settle. You can hear the world soften, and sleep, finally, begins to gather around you, not in a rush, not as a command, but as a cloak being gently pulled across your shoulders. One more breath, one more heartbeat. You are a king, and for tonight, that is enough. You sleep, not deeply at first, more a series of gentle dips beneath the surface. Dreams drift in like fog through an open gate. One of them involves a banquet where everyone speaks backward and your crown is a wheel of cheese. Another features Lady Cinder flying loops above the chapel, dropping notes onto startled monks. Eventually, you wake, not fully, just enough to shift in the bed, adjust the blankets, and blink into the glow of the nearly dead fire. The embers pulse like resting eyes, watching, warm, indifferent. You don't rise. You simply lie there, in that in-between space, where time slips loose and your body doesn't quite remember how to move. You think about calling for a servant, but the thought fades before your mouth forms the words. The warmth of the bed wraps around you like a held breath. A creak in the corridor. You don't tense. It's familiar. Part of the rhythm of the castle. A guard passing. Armor brushed with wool to silence the clinks. You can almost count their steps by now. It's not fear you feel, just awareness. The castle is still awake, even when you aren't. Historians still argue about whether kings ever truly slept soundly. Some suggest monarchs were haunted by their burdens, waking often, hearts heavy, minds tangled in policy and prophecy. Others insist kings, pampered by comfort and routine, slept like well-fed cats. You suspect both are true. It depends on the night. You shift again, repositioning your shoulder. You tug the blanket closer to your chin, and with a slow breath, you slip back under. This time, the sleep is heavier. When you next wake, it's to light, not bright, not sudden. Just a soft golden blush sliding in through the edges of the curtain. You blink slowly. You don't sit up yet. The furs are still heavy across your chest, and your feet are lost somewhere in the abyss of the bed. A knock, 3 gentle taps. Your valet. Of course, the signal is always the same. You clear your throat, then speak. Enter. The door opens without creak. He steps inside carrying a silver tray, steamed cloth, warm water, and a cup of something that smells faintly of cinnamon and herbs. "Good morning, my lord," he says, bowing slightly. The sky is clear, the wind is mild, and your cousin has not yet requested an audience. You smile, a true luxury. You sit slowly, swinging your legs over the side of the bed. The floor is cold, but your slippers have been pre-warmed. You slide them on and accept the cup with a nod. It tastes as it always does, earthy, warm, slightly bitter. You've never asked what's in it. You're not entirely sure you want to know. The steward enters a few moments later with your schedule in hand. You're still seated in your bed, robe draped over your shoulders, like a monarch in exile. "Today," he begins, "you are to attend a blessing of the new granary, then a brief council session, minimal conflict. I'm told a guest from the southern ports arrives in the afternoon, and your evening is reserved for correspondence." You sip the drink. "And lunch?" He pauses. "Herbed lamb with lentils, possibly radish tartlets." "Acceptable." He bows and leaves. You rise, stretch, and shuffle toward the balcony again, drawing the curtain back just far enough to peer into the morning. The sun is still low, casting long, soft shadows across the inner courtyard. A few servants move like quiet chess pieces. The stables are active. There's a falconer gesturing upward with his gloved arm. Lady Cinder, no doubt, already beginning her rounds. You feel rested. Not perfectly. Not as if you've forgotten every burden. But enough. Enough to begin again. You wash your face with the cloth from the tray. It's scented today. Lemongrass, perhaps. You dress slowly, not for ceremony, just enough to look like someone who knows what hour it is. You pass the mirror. Your hair is only slightly wild. Your face shows its years, but not unkindly. You look like a man who holds a kingdom, not with fire and sword, but with stubborn attention and a remarkable tolerance for paperwork. You step out into the hallway. A page is already waiting with a scroll tucked under his arm and an expression suggesting he's memorized 3 complicated titles, just in case he forgets how to say, "Good morning." You nod at him. Walk with me. The castle is waking. The guards rotate. The kitchens rattle. Somewhere, someone is already late and pretending not to be. The tapestry in the main hall billows slightly in a breeze that shouldn't be there. The scent of baking bread follows you like a loyal hound. You move through the familiar corridors with practiced ease. Each step a reminder that this castle is both your stage and your shelter. That your life, for all its demands and quirks, is firmly rooted here. By the time you reach the chapel, the bells are ringing, not loudly, just enough. The kingdom is beginning another day, and so are you. The chapel bells continue their gentle toll as you approach, echoing through the stone like ripples across a quiet lake. You pause just outside the doors for a moment, partly for reverence, partly to buy yourself a few extra seconds of stillness. 2 acolytes open the chapel doors with a creak so synchronized you suspect they practice it. The scent inside is instantly familiar. Beeswax, cold incense, and damp stone warmed slightly by candlelight. You walk down the central aisle, flanked by rows of high-backed pews where a few courtiers are already seated, whispering prayers or fidgeting with their gloves. The bishop stands at the front near the altar, already nodding at you before you've even reached halfway. You take your seat, the special one, slightly raised, draped in blue velvet. It's less comfortable than it looks, but as always, comfort ranks second to appearances. The bishop launches into the blessing of the new granary with all the theatrical gravitas of a man pretending he doesn't miss lunch. He's good at this, words rolling smoothly, arms lifted with solemn choreography, hands spread over a scroll as though it might spring to life if not properly subdued. You glance around the chapel. The stained glass above catches the morning light. A cluster of saints looks down at you, some smiling, some mournful, one looking suspiciously like your former tutor. The flicker of sunlight through colored panes dances across your lap, blues and reds and golds whispering across your robe like fleeting thoughts. Grant us this season of plenty, that our harvest overflow with humble gratitude and adequate moisture. You nod along, half listening. You think about the granary in question, freshly repaired after the storm last month, stocked with more barley than most villages will see all year. You approved the expense after a brief council squabble over roof pitch and timber knots. It wasn't glamorous, but it was necessary. Historians often debate whether medieval kings engaged in religious life out of belief or obligation. You suspect it's both. You find comfort in the ritual, in the cadence, and, truthfully, in the way people lower their voices when you're nearby, as if holiness might rub off on you by proximity. The bishop gestures for you to rise. You do. A page carries forward a small bowl of salt and a carved wooden scoop of grain. You perform your part of the blessing. Sprinkle the salt. Touch the grain. Murmur the sacred phrase you've repeated so many times now that you don't remember when it stopped feeling foreign. A seed for the soil, a hand for the harvest, and peace to the land that feeds us all. The bishop beams. You return to your seat. The ceremony concludes with a hymn sung quietly by a trio of girls from the village choir. Their voices are soft, unsteady, but honest. The sound drifts up and vanishes into the rafters. You stay seated even after the others begin to leave. The bishop approaches. "A fine blessing, Your Majesty," he says, smoothing his robes. You nod. "And a fine speech. I particularly enjoyed the part about adequate moisture." He smiles, just slightly. "We speak the language of crops here." You stand, shaking his hand briefly, then gesture for the steward. The chapel doors open once more, and you slip back into the daylight. The courtyard is brighter now, more active. A cart of firewood trundles past, wheels creaking in protest. A pair of knights are practicing sword forms near the training yard, blunted blades clanging dully, their footwork more graceful than you'd expect from men wearing 60 pounds of steel. You pause briefly to watch them. One strikes high, feints low. The other parries, pivots, counters with a flourish. A small crowd of pages and stable hands cheer quietly from the sidelines. You consider approaching, correcting their stances. You used to spar once, a long time ago, before coronation, before councils and treaties and grain measurements. But today, you simply observe. You walk on, past the old well, past the stables where a black mare stamps her hooves impatiently, past a line of laundresses stringing bedsheets like flags along the garden wall. You eventually reach the southern balcony, Your preferred spot for reading letters you don't want to answer. A tray has been set out in advance. Pear slices, bread with butter, a second cup of cinnamon tea, just warm enough. You sit. The breeze is mild, the view wide. You can see the river from here, glinting between trees. Beyond it, farmland stretches into mist, dotted with cottages, smoke curling from chimneys, lines of geese waddling with purpose. A page brings you a satchel of correspondence. You glance through it. 3 invitations, 1 petition, and a letter from the Duke of Margren insisting his ducks have been sabotaged. You set it aside. Instead, you pull out the map, not of borders, not of rivers, but of roads, trade routes, caravans. It's hand-drawn, inked by someone with just enough artistic flair to make it look almost trustworthy. You study it slowly, letting your eyes wander. Because sometimes, when you're a king, the greatest freedom you get is imagining travel you'll never take. The map sprawls across your lap like a sleeping dog, all winding roads and hopeful guesses. Some of the villages inked here no longer exist. A few probably never did. One, you suspect, is simply the cartographer's cousin's name with ton added to make it sound legitimate. You trace your finger along the southern trade route. Grain, spices, maybe a little wine from the coastal vineyards if the weather's held. Your mind drifts to caravans, oxen and mules with bells clinking, tired merchants wrapped in layers of wool, children half asleep on burlap sacks of lentils. You've never made the journey yourself. Too risky, too visible. Too many things could go wrong when a king walks among carts, but you imagine it sometimes. Riding out under a heavy hood. No entourage, just the rhythm of hooves and a trail of campfires behind you. The breeze nudges the corner of the map, snapping you back. You fold it neatly and set it aside. Another letter waits, this one sealed in gray wax. You break it with your thumbnail and unfold it carefully. It's a report from your eastern border. Routine. For the most part, a shipment delayed by rain-swollen roads. A tax collector requesting boots. A farmer petitioning to rename his mill after your horse. You chuckle softly. Lady Cinder gets a banner. Your horse gets a grain facility. It's only fair. Historians often suggest kings became numb to such details, detached, disinterested. You find the opposite true. These tiny absurdities, these little fragments of kingdom life, are the most real thing you know. The rest, thrones, titles, the careful balancing act of alliances, those are the costume. This is the thread. You stand, brush crumbs from your lap, and stroll back toward the keep. Inside, the staff is already preparing for evening. Candles being placed in sconces. Fires fed. The kitchen, sending up bursts of heat and aroma. Something involving onions, you guess. Possibly too many. A servant intercepts you just before the stairs. My lord, the guest from the southern ports has arrived. You raise an eyebrow. Early? She traveled light, sire. No trunks, just one box, and a single page who looked ready to faint. Intriguing. You make your way to the solar, where guest receptions are less formal. The room is quiet, save for the faint rustle of silk. She stands by the window, tall, composed, hands folded neatly behind her back. Her clothing is fine, but not ostentatious. Her gaze, when she turns, is sharp enough to peel fruit. Your Majesty, she says with a graceful nod. I hope I don't intrude. Not at all, you reply. Your presence was expected. Your speed was not. I dislike fanfare, she replies. And pillows with gold tassels? You nod. A refreshing stance. She offers you a small wooden box. You accept it. It's surprisingly light. For your collection, she says. Old coins from before the last border war, found in the harbor ruins. You open the box. Inside, 5 tarnished coins, etched with unfamiliar symbols. One has a square hole in the center. Another is so worn, it looks like a stone. They're beautiful, you say. They were once currency, then ballast. Now, just metal and memory. She sits. You join her. The conversation flows easily. She speaks of winds and tides, of a city where fishmongers recite poetry and goats are trained to stand in formation for festivals. You tell her, in return, about your cousin's dream of falcon tournaments. She does not laugh. She smiles, just enough. You discuss tariffs, briefly, then diplomacy, even more briefly. Neither of you is in a hurry. Finally, as the sky begins to dim, she stands. Thank you, sire, she says, offering another slight bow. Your court is quieter than I expected. Wait for dessert, you reply. She exits, page trailing behind, the coin box still resting on the table between you. You leave it there for now, letting it catch the firelight. You return to your chamber with the quiet sense that something important might have happened, though you're not sure if it was in the words exchanged or the spaces between them. Evening settles over the castle like a velvet curtain. You change into lighter robes. The chamber is dim, firelight flickering gently across the walls. Another tray has appeared. Figs, spiced wine, a note in your steward's hand, reminding you to read the bishop's latest draft on moral harvest quotas. You do not. Instead, you light a single candle and sit by the hearth. A book rests nearby, its spine cracked, pages soft from overuse. A story about a knight who becomes a monk, then a gardener, then a baker. You've never finished it. You don't need to. The comfort lies in returning. You read a page, then another. Then you close it, lean back, and let your eyes drift shut. The sounds of the castle at evening fill the room. Footsteps on stone, wind in the chimney. A faraway laugh that carries through the corridors like a secret trying to escape. You are not asleep, but you are no longer busy. The candle burns low, its tiny flame swaying gently in the draft of the hearth. You sit motionless, the book still open on your lap, though you haven't turned a page in some time. The castle has fully entered its nighttime rhythm now. Quieter, softer, as though exhaling after a long breath held since sunrise. You rise slowly and stretch, joints murmuring in protest. The fire has settled into a polite glow. A knock at the outer chamber door interrupts the hush. Not loud, not urgent, but distinct. You walk to the door and open it yourself. It's your steward again, holding a small folded letter and wearing that exact expression that says, I didn't want to disturb you, but if I didn't, something might explode. My lord, he says, this just arrived from the northern border, carried by a rider who refused to dismount. You raise an eyebrow. Is he still refusing? No, my lord. He fainted near the stables. Good. Let's see if his message is as dramatic. You unfold the parchment. It's short, blunt. A baron's son attempted to claim a stretch of riverbank. There was a skirmish. Nothing royal yet, but there will be if no one blinks. You sigh. Send a reply. Tell them to blink. Politely. And send fruit. Fruit. Sire? Civility disguised as a gift. Apples solve more than arrows. The steward bows and vanishes. You return to your desk and stare at the letter for a moment. It's written in a hurried hand. Slightly damp. Possibly rain. Possibly sweat. Historians love to catalog moments like these. The small sparks before great fires. They imagine kings reacting with fury, or clarity, or cryptic lines delivered beneath stained glass. The truth is, most of it starts like this. One letter, some mud, and a decision made more from weariness than strategy. You set the note aside. It can wait until morning. You pace the room slowly, pausing near the window. The night outside is deeper now, moon high, sky stitched with stars. You can just make out the curve of the outer walls and the faint torchlight tracing along them. There's movement below, a servant hurrying between buildings, a stable hand tending a restless horse, two guards exchanging a laugh. Life doesn't pause just because the king puts down his goblet. It flows onward, steady as a stream in spring. You return to your table, and there, resting beside your untouched figs, is a letter you had forgotten. Sealed in pale wax, the kind reserved for personal matters. No crest, just your name, scrawled like an afterthought. You open it. Inside is a simple note, written in a hand you haven't seen in years. It's from your old tutor. Retired now, far away in a coastal village known more for its salted fish than its philosophers. The note is brief. I hope you still write poetry in your head before bed. It always made your decrees more readable. You chuckle. The man could barely see straight by the end, but his wit remained sharp enough to slice through marble. You remember those days, early mornings with ink-stained fingers, reciting Latin aloud until the syllables blurred. He insisted that a king who couldn't speak beauty had no business declaring war. You didn't always agree, but you always listened. And yes, you still compose poetry in your head. You never write it down, but it's there, floating under every law, every council decision, every turned phrase. You fold the letter, place it on the mantel, and stare into the fire. A log collapses inward, sending a small flurry of sparks into the chimney. You whisper, half aloud. The day lies folded, inked and sealed. Let night slip in and gently wield a quieter crown. The words hang there, unjudged, unrecorded, just yours. You blow out the candle. The room dims to embers and shadows. Your bed waits again, its sheets newly turned. Your robe laid across the bench like a loyal hound. You remove your slippers, shrug off your tunic, and slip beneath the covers. This time, the mattress gives like warm dough. The pillow cradles you perfectly. You lie on your side, facing the window. As always, the moonlight is pale now, almost translucent. You watch it glide across the stone wall like a gentle tide, ebbing through the shadows. You think, just briefly, of the granary blessing, of the envoy's gift, of your sister's question, of the border dispute wrapped in too little parchment and too much pride. And then you stop thinking. You breathe. Let the weight of the bed hold you. Let the fire's last glow fade behind your eyelids. The kingdom is quiet. And so are you. You dream. Not of politics. Not of battles. not of falcons in miniature crowns. You dream of rain on parchment, of words inked in wind, of walking barefoot across a field where every blade of grass knows your name. The kind of dream that doesn't explain itself, only exists for a few soft heartbeats, then fades like breath on glass. When you wake, it's still dark, but not the dark of midnight. This is the hour just before dawn, the quietest time in the castle. The walls seem to hush themselves. Even the wind outside slows, as if waiting for permission to begin the day. You lie still for a while. The fire is fully out now. The air in the room is cooler. Your breath is visible in the faint light seeping through the shutter cracks. Eventually, you rise. No knock, no servants yet. Just you, the cold floor, and the sound of your own heartbeat keeping steady company in your ears. You wrap yourself in a thick robe, fur-lined, old, comforting. The sleeves are slightly frayed. You've kept it for years, long past when it should have been replaced, because it feels like memory stitched into cloth. You walk the corridor alone. No lanterns. You know the way by feel. Past the old tapestry of St. Wulfric taming bees. Past the side chamber where the choir practices their off-key harmonies with charming determination. Down the narrow stair that leads to the lower gallery, one that opens onto the ramparts. You step outside. The air is bracing. Your breath plumes in front of you like smoke from an unseen fire. The stars are beginning to fade, their edges blurring into the pale ink of approaching morning. The moon hangs low and fat above the trees. Tired, perhaps, from holding up the night all on its own. The stones beneath your feet are slick with dew. You walk slowly, one hand trailing the wall. You can hear the faint clank of a guard's boots somewhere above. He hasn't seen you. You prefer it that way. You stop at your usual place, an alcove with a half-cracked ledge, where the ivy creeps in spring and where snow gathers in quiet corners come winter. From here, you can see almost everything. The outer fields, ghosted with fog. The river, silver and patient. The eastern road, empty now, but soon to stir with carts and early risers. And beyond that, just the long, low swell of the hills. Kingdom enough to rule, and peace enough to envy. Historians debate whether kings truly walked their castles like this, whether they wandered at dawn to reflect, to spy, to feel closer to the land, or if such tales were spun by poets who wanted to add nobility to insomnia. You know the answer. You've walked these stones when you were too young to rule, and too old to pretend you didn't want to. You've paced this stretch during storms and celebrations, during doubts and coronations. You've seen this same view as a son, a brother, a ruler, and, on rare nights like this, as simply a man. You lean forward slightly, resting your forearms on the ledge. You whisper, "Still mine. For now." The horizon lightens, just enough to touch the tops of the trees. You watch it spread, slow, then faster, like a secret escaping into the world. Behind you, the castle stirs. You hear doors opening, soft footsteps, the first clang of the kitchen bell, the earliest murmur of chores resumed, of daily rhythms coiling back into motion. You turn from the rampart and begin your slow walk back to your chambers. There's warmth waiting, clean linen, a second cup of tea, a morning report likely scribbled hastily with ink still wet, and soon, breakfast with council members who will say, "Good morning, sire," while wondering which of their projects you'll delay, approve, or ignore. But not yet. For now, you move quietly through the corridor, brushing past the drapery that's always been a bit too long, stepping over the uneven tile near the chapel door, greeting the maid who stifles a yawn and bows so fast she nearly drops the log she's carrying. You say nothing. She says nothing. But in the exchange, a kingdom holds. You reach your door. Inside, the fire has been rekindled, your chair drawn closer to the hearth, your robe, the better one, the proper one, laid out across the bench. Your steward has been here, leaving no trace but perfection. You shed the walking robe, set it on the hook behind the door. You stand for a moment by the fire, letting its warmth creep into your skin. The eastern sky outside your window turns from slate to peach to soft gold. The bells will ring soon. You'll turn to face them. But for now, just one more quiet breath. The first bell rings low and slow, echoing through the castle walls like a pulse waking the bones of the place. You're still by the hearth, your hands outstretched, the warmth sinking deeper into your joints than the fire itself. A new day begins. But this one feels different, not because anything dramatic is planned, not because some envoy will ride in declaring war or marriage or miracle. Just different, slower, quieter, like the world has paused slightly, offering you a breath before asking anything else. You cross to the wardrobe. Your robe is ready. Deep crimson today, lined in gold. You run your fingers along the seam near the collar where the stitching is slightly crooked. A gift from the court tailor's apprentice. You wear it more often than the others. You dress alone this time. No audience. No ceremonial attendance. Just you, wrapping fabric across your shoulders and tying the belt with the quiet familiarity of someone who knows what it means to be watched and knows the rare value of not being. Once ready, you open the shutters. Morning light spills in. The courtyard below bustles. Pages run errands with scrolls in hand. A stable hand coaxes a reluctant donkey into motion. From the kitchens, a thin ribbon of smoke curls skyward, bringing with it the scent of bread and onions and something spiced. The world is fully awake now. You step back from the window and walk once more through the corridors, this time in full kingly attire. Servants bow, guards salute. Every movement around you bends subtly to your presence, like trees leaning toward the wind. At the council room, your steward is waiting. He opens the door without speaking. You nod and enter. The chamber is as it always is. Scrolls stacked high, ink pots ready, maps half unrolled across the table. The same voices, the same chairs, the same soft scuffle of men and women trying to organize chaos, one neat list at a time. You sit. Let's begin, you say. And the day begins in earnest. There will be reports, letters, negotiations, and at least one unexpected interruption. You'll nod thoughtfully. Ask a well-timed question. Offer a judgment that appears spontaneous, but was, in truth, decided days ago. You'll lead, not with noise, but with rhythm. And when the meeting ends, someone will say, quietly, respectfully, "That went better than expected." They always do. Later, there will be lunch, bread, fish, a glass of wine you'll barely touch. You'll listen to the master of coin grumble about ledgers and the steward whisper about hallway drafts, and the bishop drone about linen purity standards. You'll smile just enough. You'll visit the kitchens briefly to compliment the stew. You'll pause at the garden to greet the old gardener, who always pretends he doesn't see you coming. And in the evening, after the castle slows again and the candles are lit, you'll return to the ramparts, just for a moment, just to remind yourself that everything is still there, that the hills still roll, that the river still bends, that the world still turns, and that you're still here, at the center of it all. Not because you seized it, but because you've learned how to carry it without letting it crush you. You return to your chambers as the moon begins its rise. The fire is lit once more. The robes are folded. The bed is ready. You undress slowly. Wash your face. Stretch your arms wide. And lie down once again. The bed is warm before you even settle into it. The sheets drawn just right. The pillows fluffed by hands that know your weight better than any scribe knows your signature. You exhale, long and slow, as your body melts into the mattress. Outside the shutters, the moonlight pours gently across the stones. The torches burn low along the walls. The wind has calmed. The servants have vanished into their quarters. The castle has quieted, and so have you. Your breathing slows. Your eyes blink once, then again, then close. The memories of the day, soft, slow, unhurried, fade like ink in evening fog. The voices dim. The footsteps vanish. Only the heartbeat remains, steady, reassuring. You are not thinking of taxes, or grain, or falcons and hats. You are thinking of nothing. Only of stillness. Only of the way the fur blanket settles against your shoulders like a final whisper. The world no longer needs you tonight. Your kingdom will rest because you rest. Your people will sleep because you have chosen to. And sleep, deep, steady, dreamless, now arrives like a tide at full moon, gentle and total, wrapping around you until even the silence forgets to echo. There is nothing more to do. You are a king, and you are asleep. Picture this. The sun is dipping behind fields you didn't plow. Peasants are trudging home from work you didn't do. And your only real concern is whether your bath will be ready before the fire's too low. You've earned a break, of course, from all the, supervising. You trudge, at a leisurely pace, up the winding dirt path that leads to your manor. Not because you're tired, of course. You've spent most of the day seated, but because it gives everyone a chance to see you. Lords must be visible, like church bells or tax collectors. From your high saddle, you nodded nobly to the villagers. You passed the mill, the mead hall, and 3 barefoot children arguing over a frog. The manor gates creak open. They're not exactly built for defense. They're more of a statement. We own doors this large. 2 guards straighten up from their usual lean, spears clutched more tightly as you enter. You pretend not to notice one of them stifling a yawn. Honestly, you feel it too. Supervising sheep counts and grain ledgers is, shockingly, not thrilling. Once inside the courtyard, a servant takes your reins. Your horse, bless her, did most of the sweating today. She snorts like she knows it. You give her a gentle pat. After all, you wouldn't want someone sitting on you for 5 hours just to look majestic. The gravel crunches underfoot as you walk toward the front steps. Above you, Embroidered banners flap in the breeze. One for your house, one for your wife's, and one for that time you accidentally bought a coat of arms from a traveling herald. Best 12 silver coins you ever spent. Inside, it's quiet. Cool stone walls hum faintly from the day's heat. You pass tapestries so faded no one remembers what battle they depict anymore. A servant girl with a lopsided braid curtsies. Somewhere. A dog barks. Somewhere else. Someone drops something made of pewter. Your steward appears from a side hall, parchment in hand, but you wave him off with a gracious flick of the wrist. The ledger can wait. For now, you need to shift from your official demeanor into full-blown relaxation mode. And that starts, naturally, with an entrance. You pause at the top of the grand staircase and look down, surveying the hall like a mildly bored hawk. From here, you can see nearly everything. The hearth, the long dining table, a cluster of servants trying very hard to look busy. Good. There's no trumpet, no fanfare. Still, your presence is noted. You descend slowly, robes fluttering just so. A historian once suggested that medieval lords performed their daily movements with the same purpose as stage actors, an idea still debated today. Some say it's romanticized nonsense. Others point to the absurd number of mirrors imported from Venice. Either way, your arrival feels theatrical. At the base of the stairs, a lad hurries forward to take your boots. You lift one foot lazily. The other follows. They're not especially muddy. Let's be real. Your inspection tour today involved more sitting under a tree than crossing fields. But the gesture matters. Another servant offers a damp cloth for your hands, which you've already wiped on your tunic twice. You accept it anyway, enjoying the faint scent of rosemary. Clean hands, clean conscience. Though the latter is optional, your feet now blessedly free. You head toward your private chamber to slip into something more appropriate. Lounging robes. Not pajamas, mind you. Those are for peasants. This is formal leisure wear. You select between three. A burgundy wool number with silver trim. A blue linen robe that creases like wet parchment. And your favorite, undyed silk, soft as a lamb's sigh. You go with silk. As it slips over your shoulders, you sigh. Not from exertion, but from sheer satisfaction. The robe isn't even warm yet, but it already whispers, you've done enough today. Out in the hall, the sounds of preparation continue. Pewter goblets are clinking. Someone's probably chasing a chicken out of the pantry. You move toward the atrium, where a soft breeze wafts through open shutters. You don't have to lift a finger. Literally. Not unless you want to scratch behind your ear. Which, honestly, you kind of do. Historians still argue whether medieval lords truly lived in such pampered bubbles, or whether these small indulgences were rare, even for the wealthy. But in your version tonight, you're leaning into the fantasy, the ease, the calm, the soft hush of things being taken care of while you barely move. You settle into a high-backed chair with a view of the orchard and stretch your legs out with a theatrical groan. A cushion is adjusted behind you. A jug of mead is poured, golden and lazy. And you haven't even gotten to your pet falcon yet. You swirl the mead in its goblet, not because you're checking for aroma, but because it looks dramatic when the candlelight catches the amber. The warmth of it slides down your throat like liquid bread, honeyed and faintly spicy, just enough to remind you that you are very much not a peasant. Across from you, the bailiff leans slightly forward. He knows better than to interrupt your first sip. Once you've settled deeper into your velvet cushioned chair, he clears his throat with a practiced deference that implies something just scandalous enough to be entertaining. "Sir," he says, "the Reeve reports that 2 cows went missing from Lord Redford's lands. He believes it may be poachers, or possibly a misunderstanding involving the tithing barn." You raise an eyebrow. 2 cows? That's practically a siege. Or, more realistically, someone's overly ambitious cousin with a bad sense of direction. You nod gravely, as if the fate of the kingdom depends on your judgment. Really, you're deciding whether to ask for roasted almonds or sugared figs. In the end, you ask for both. It's your manner, after all. As the bailiff drones on, now discussing some dispute over who gets to gather firewood from the Lord's forest, you rest your cheek against one fist and stare off toward the orchard. Somewhere out there, the sun is curling over the horizon like a golden cat. A servant appears to refill your goblet before you even realize it's half empty. Nice. This is where your true talent shines. Passive power. You don't need to give orders. Things simply happen around you. Food arrives. Problems are sorted. People tiptoe. It's the kind of energy modern billionaires spend entire retreats trying to manifest. Your gaze wanders toward a perch by the window. There, on a carved iron stand, waits your prized falcon, Lady Talon. You gave her that name yourself, after a particularly poetic lunch. She's hooded now, resting, feathers puffed like a mildly judgmental pillow. You rise slowly, meat in hand, and stroll over to her. The falcon twitches, sensing your approach. You reach out with 2 fingers and gently stroke the back of her head. She leans into it, barely. A gesture of tolerance, not affection. You don't really know how to train her. That's what the falconer is for. But it doesn't matter. In the performance of medieval lordship, having a bird of prey that tolerates you is almost as good as being king. Historians still debate whether falconry was a serious status symbol or just an expensive hobby among nobles. What is clear, though, is that a well-trained falcon could bring down rabbits, pheasants, even the occasional unlucky duck. And if she didn't catch anything, well, she looked fantastic doing it. You glance down at the soft leather glove resting on the table. Do you want to take her outside for a dusk flight? Not really. Your robe is too comfortable. Plus, you just got your hands made sticky again. Instead, you sit beside her and sip quietly while she ruffles her feathers. It's a companionship of mutual indifference, your favorite kind. You think about the hunts you've watched, not joined. Heavens no, but observed from the comfort of a covered wagon, cheering when appropriate, ducking whenever a bird made a sudden dive. The steward interrupts again, this time with an update on your cousin's surprise visit. He's arrived earlier than expected, my lord, the steward says. You glance at the clock candle. 2 inches of wax left. Early, indeed. You sigh. Cousin Baldwin is well-meaning, but has the conversational depth of a puddle and the fashion sense of a traveling juggler. Still, hosting him is better than offending his side of the family. You wave a hand. Have him brought to the lesser drawing room. Offer him cheese. And the wine, my lord? Only the second best cask. That earns a slight smile from the steward. He disappears with a bow, and you settle back into your chair beside the Falcon. Somewhere out in the courtyard, boots scuffle on gravel. Voices rise briefly, then hush again. You're left with the sound of fire crackling in the hearth and the occasional rustle of feathers. You take another sip of mead. The spiced warmth nudges your temples gently. You yawn. The kind of yawn you don't cover, because who's going to judge you? The Falcon? You stretch your legs and rest your head back against the carved wood of your chair. The scent of the orchard drifts in. Apples, maybe plums, the occasional whiff of horse. Outside, the sky has fully shifted. What was golden is now lavender. What was lavender is sliding into that deep velvet hue that makes torches necessary and political opinions more tolerable. You decide that, for now, you've done enough entertaining. No more bailiffs, no more livestock drama, and definitely no Cousin Baldwin. Not yet. You need to recharge, preferably somewhere near a fire, a footstool, and something sweet. And so, you rise once again, slowly, as if gravity is a polite suggestion. Your goblet, now empty, is replaced by a servant with a folded towel. For what purpose? You're not entirely sure, but you accept it with a nod. Behind you, Lady Talon lets out a quiet chirp. You pause, glance back at her, and say, "Tomorrow, perhaps." She does not respond, but you both know it's unlikely. The corridor stretches ahead of you, quiet except for the gentle pad of slippers against flagstone. You've exchanged your goblet for a small pouch of sugared dates, the kind that stick to your fingers and leave a trail of granules wherever you go. Another servant scurries ahead to push open a heavy oak door, revealing your favorite relaxation spot, the open-air loggia, half shaded by tapestries and lit with lanterns. You settle into a wide bench cushioned with goose-down pillows, your silk robe folding gracefully at the knees. Across from you sits the bailiff again, now in a more casual stance, not quite relaxed. Nobody relaxes in your presence, but less stiff. He carries news not of land taxes or oat yields this time, but of people, which is what you've really been waiting for. The gossip begins gently. "Sir," he says, barely suppressing a smile. "It seems Lady Eleanor of Greystone has installed a new Italian tutor, with very shiny boots." You make a soft of interest, biting into a sticky date. The plot thickens. Also, Sir Trenton is now petitioning the bishop for annulment. His wife, it seems, has taken to sleeping in the dovecote, with the doves. You don't even bother hiding your grin. The dovecote. Really? Gossip, in the medieval manner, is more than entertainment. It's subtle diplomacy. You learn who's disgraced, who's broke, who's sleeping with whom, and who's now pretending they aren't. You pretend to listen idly, but every tidbit files away into that mental ledger of future favors and feigned concern. Historians still debate how much of medieval politics was carried out through formal councils and how much through casual fireside whispers like this. But in your world, power comes drizzled with honeyed words and served just before dinner. A falcon squawk echoes faintly from the upper hall. The wind shifts. You pop another date into your mouth, lick your fingers discreetly, and recline a little further. The bailiff leans in, now in full storytelling mode. He tells you of a troubadour who was banished from Lord Merton's estate for serenading the wrong daughter. The plain one, with the laugh, he specifies. You raise an eyebrow. Risky move. Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, and the abbot at Crowsfield has taken ill again. Rumors say it's the mushrooms. You nod solemnly, though privately you suspect the abbot simply really likes mushrooms. Another servant arrives, this time with a tray of candied nuts and slices of quince. You wave the tray toward the bailiff, who declines politely. Of course he does. He knows the game. You take the first bite to establish status, and no one else gets to pretend they're peckish until after you're done chewing. So you chew, loudly. There's something soothing about the rhythm of it. Crunch. Sweetness. Quiet. Crunch. Absurd scandal. Crunch. You wash it down with a small glass of spiced wine. This one, with a note of cinnamon and something sharp you can't quite name. Bay leaf. Possibly crushed beetle shell. Either way, it works. You sigh. A long, theatrical sigh of a man too burdened by the failings of others to ever get properly bored. Still, you find yourself drifting. The gossip starts to blur around the edges, names bleeding together like ink on wet parchment. You're vaguely aware of something about a stolen goose, a merchant's daughter with too many bracelets, and a traveling peddler who claims to be a fallen knight. You make a mental note to tax the peddler extra just in case his armor is actually tin. Eventually, the bailiff realizes you've tuned out. He takes it in stride, offering a soft bow and slipping into the background like mist. You're left alone, legs stretched out on the cushions, one hand resting lazily on your belly. The loggia is quieter now, save for the chirp of crickets and the occasional groan of wood settling. The fire pit crackles faintly nearby, perfuming the air with applewood smoke. You glance toward the tapestry fluttering in the breeze, a faded scene of a boar hunt. You've never actually been on a boar hunt. Of course. Boars are large, violent, and very muddy. But you've heard they taste excellent when someone else cooks them for 6 hours. Your chef swears by rosemary and pepper. You swear by not being anywhere near the boar. The wind picks up again. A leaf skitters across the floor. You shift your position, drape a woolen blanket over your lap, and contemplate the luxuries of passive living. There's something elegant about hearing everyone else's dramas while sipping something sweet and not doing a single thing about them. You don't solve problems. You simply archive them. You think, just for a moment, about writing down the juiciest bits. Maybe in that journal your wife gave you. The one with the too tight leather strap and the smell of goatskin glue. But you don't. Writing is work. Remembering is a hobby. Instead, you watch the fire. Let your stomach hum quietly with contentment, and let your thoughts drift like smoke toward bath time, which, if all goes well, should be drawing a steaming tub right about now. You rise slowly from the loggia bench, stretching just enough to hear a satisfying pop in your back. Ah, that's the sound of legacy. One of the servants offers you a hand, which you graciously decline. You didn't lift a sword today, but you did lift 3 goblets of mead, and that counts for something. Your soft slippers make barely a whisper against the stones as you move toward your favorite chamber. The bathroom. Not a bathroom. Mind you, this isn't a cramped, tiled cell like in the future. No, this is a room with a bath. Singular, enormous, wooden, smelling faintly of thyme and wet oak. As you step inside, warm air greets you like an old friend. Dozens of candles flicker along wall sconces, casting long golden shadows. Steam hangs thickly in the air, curling into lazy ghosts near the ceiling beams. Two servants stir the bath with long wooden paddles, checking the temperature the old-fashioned way by sticking an elbow in and hoping for the best. The tub is already full. Your timing, as usual, impeccable. Carved from a single cypress trunk and ringed with iron bands. It looks like it could double as a wine vat or a boat in times of siege. You approach with the gravitas of a priest nearing the altar. Servants help you disrobe, carefully folding the silk lounging robe and setting it aside like a relic. You stand for a moment, basking in the glory of your own steam. You briefly wonder if people in the future will have pipes and hot water on command. Historians argue even now about how common hot baths really were among medieval elites. Some say they were rare luxuries, while others suggest that the rich bathed more than we give them credit for. Judging by the size of your tub, you're clearly on Team Bath. You step in slowly, one foot, then the other. The water is nearly too hot, but not quite. As you sink in, the surface kisses your skin, and a deep sigh escapes your chest before you can stop it. That's the good stuff. The bath water is steeped with herbs, lavender, sage, maybe even a bit of chamomile. You can't be sure. Your bath steward claims it relaxes the joints and wards off bad humors. You're mostly here for the warm part. Once submerged up to the shoulders, you lean back against the sloped rim and close your eyes. A servant pours more water over your hair with a copper jug. The droplets trickle down your neck and spine like a hymn. You murmur a request. Less lavender next time. Smells like my aunt's wardrobe. Yes, my lord. You can't help but smile. No one in this room has ever met your aunt. You don't even have an aunt. Another servant brings a tray and sets it on a nearby stool. Slices of apple, a wedge of soft cheese, and a small pewter cup of wine rest there like an offering to some very spoiled water deity. You take a bite of apple, letting the crispness cut through the heat. As the steam thickens around you, time stretches. You become a creature of warm water and soft sighs. Your arms float slightly. Your knees bob like lazy islands. You listen to the crackle of the brazier in the corner, the whisper of someone wringing out a towel. It is, by all measures, the least productive you've been all day, and you're reveling in it. Occasionally, your mind drifts to estate matters, the drainage problem in the southern field, the mill wheel that squeaks, that one chicken that keeps appearing in your solar uninvited. But the bathwater dulls those thoughts like a good lullaby. You'll think about chickens tomorrow. You're vaguely aware of one servant humming as she crushes rosemary with a pestle. You don't recognize the tune, but it reminds you of the sea, or maybe of a bard who once spilled soup on your boots and then tried to rhyme his way out of it. The air grows heavier. Your fingers begin to prune. You think about how water must have felt like magic in a time without plumbing. You wonder how many peasants bathed at all, or whether they truly believed that dirt protected them from disease. Historians still argue about that too. Some claim the lower classes feared bathing, while others say it's just another myth, like boiling mummies for medicine, which also happened. You shift slightly, letting new muscles float free. You imagine that this is how kings must feel, though you know full well most of them are are too busy warring or marrying for land to enjoy a proper soak. You make a mental note. Tomorrow, you'll order a new batch of bath herbs, perhaps something citrusy, maybe lemon balm or orange rind. You don't even like oranges, but it sounds sophisticated. A servant approaches with a warmed cloth and begins gently dabbing your forehead. Not strictly necessary, but undeniably pleasant. You close your eyes again. For a few minutes, nothing exists but heat, flickering light, and the occasional splash of water being poured gently over your chest. It's meditative, hypnotic, even. Your breathing slows. Your limbs become shadows in the water. If there's anything you must do today, it will simply have to wait. Eventually, the bath steward leans in and whispers softly, "Shall I prepare the drying cloths, my lord?" You nod. Your voice has drifted somewhere between dream and cloud. You rise slowly, and the water sheets off you in warm ribbons. 2 thick woolen cloths are immediately draped over your shoulders. You're led to a low stool beside the fire, where another servant dabs your ankles and feet dry while avoiding your gaze with monk-like dedication. The robe returns, this time pre-warmed. As it slides back over your skin, you feel like bread going back into the oven. A very clean, relaxed, powerful loaf. You stand, you stretch, and then, freshly bathed, slightly wrinkled, and deeply untroubled, you prepare for a few rounds of what you call games. Others might call it avoiding chest defeat by constantly needing snacks, refreshed and robed once again. You glide down the corridor like a very clean cloud of minor authority. Somewhere behind you, a servant discreetly picks up the trail of damp footprints you've left. Not out of concern for the floors. Stone is forgiving. But because letting the Lord's feet dry naturally is, apparently, a faux pas. The kind of thing that scandalizes steward gossip circles for days. You turn into the lesser solar. A room just grand enough to impress visiting knights, but cozy enough that you can pretend you're just like everyone else. If everyone else had embroidered wall hangings and a goblet for each type of wine. In the center, a heavy oak table waits, its surface polished smoother than your conscience. On it, a chess set already sits arranged. Pieces carved from walrus ivory and local horn, polished to a gentle gleam. Beside it, a backgammon board lies open as a contingency plan for when the chess match inevitably spirals into confusion, passive aggression, or unacknowledged cheating. Your guest tonight is Sir Cedric, not the brightest candle in the chapel, but his loyalty is solid and his expressions when he loses are priceless. He rises as you enter and offers a stiff bow that somehow knocks his own goblet off the side table. A servant catches it mid-air. You raise your eyebrows, points to the servant, none to Cedric. "Shall we?" you ask, motioning toward the chessboard. Sir Cedric nods. "White or black, my lord?" "Black," you say, already sliding into your seat. "I like to see how my enemies move before I crush them." He laughs nervously. Unsure if you're joking. You're not sure either. Honestly, you make a show of adjusting your robe just so, tucking one slippered foot under the chair and sipping from a newly arrived cup of warmed cider. A small bowl of toasted hazelnuts appears beside you. You pop one in your mouth and nod to begin. The game unfolds slowly. He opens with his knight. Predictable. You counter with a pawn. Equally predictable. Within 5 moves, Cedric is visibly sweating, not because the game is tense, but because he's trying very hard to remember whether bishops can move diagonally or just pretend to. As the match drags on, you start narrating your moves aloud, not to be helpful, but because the echo makes your strategy sound grander. And now, the humble pawn steps boldly into destiny. Cedric frowns. Wait, can that one do that? You respond only with a serene sip of cider. Historians still argue about how widely chess was played in the medieval period. Some claim it was common among the nobility, a favored test of strategy and intellect. Others believe it was reserved for only the most elite of the elite, those wealthy and idle enough to spend entire evenings locked in silent warfare over a carved wooden battlefield. You're not sure where you fall in that argument. You mostly enjoy the clicking sound the pieces make when they fall dramatically, which, naturally, they do often. After Cedric sacrifices his queen to protect a pawn, a choice bold enough to border on poetry, you decide to pivot. How about a round of backgammon? You suggest. His relief is audible. The board is reset. Dice are fetched. A platter of honeyed almonds replaces the hazelnuts. In a quiet corner, someone strums a lute, almost too softly to hear. You roll first. Of course. The dice tumble and clatter like distant hooves. A 6 and a 3. A good omen. As the game begins, the atmosphere shifts. The stakes are lower. The mood lighter. Cedric begins to chatter more. Harmless updates about the state of his vineyards. A brief anecdote involving a goose and an unfortunate tailor. And a spirited rant about how his new hunting boots are haunted. You nod with just enough enthusiasm to appear invested, though your attention is more on the subtle spices in your cider. You roll again. Double 2s. Luck favors the just, you murmur. Cedric snorts. Then I fear I'm doomed, my lord. You smile. The pieces clack across the board. In the background, the lute player transitions into something vaguely melancholic, probably trying to match the rhythm of Cedric's ego unraveling. Games, for you, are more than pastime. They are theater. You know when to sigh, when to raise an eyebrow, when to pause dramatically before rolling the dice. Cedric, bless him, plays along beautifully, even as his pieces are slowly backed into metaphorical corners. Somewhere in the middle of the third round, a servant brings slices of preserved pear and 2 folded linen napkins. You dab your fingers and declare, "Let it never be said that I conquer on an empty stomach." Cedric is down to 3 checkers. You have 6 in your home board. You offer him a draw. He hesitates. Out of kindness. Of course, you add, voice honeyed with false humility. He agrees. You both rise. The game unresolved, but the point very much made. There is something deeply satisfying about games with no consequence, where defeat is just another story for the hall and victory is cushioned by dried fruit and warm lighting. You stretch again, arms above your head, robe sleeves billowing like a wizard mid-incantation. In the hallway beyond, the scent of roasting meat drifts toward you. Dinner's approaching, and with it, the next chapter in your evening of supreme effortlessness. You glance at Cedric. "Shall we dine?" you ask. He nods eagerly. His stomach answers for him with a sound that could rattle a tapestry. You chuckle softly. Excellent. I believe tonight's centerpiece involves something entirely decorative and wildly impractical. Because what is nobility, really? If not the art of making eating dinner look like a diplomatic summit? The dining hall is already glowing by the time you arrive. Dozens of beeswax candles flicker in iron sconces along the walls, their golden light dancing on tapestries, goblets, and the occasional polished helmet placed purely for aesthetic intimidation. The table stretches long enough to host a treaty signing or a well-behaved riot. You don't sit just yet. You glide, yes, glide, to the head of the table, allowing your robe to catch the breeze from a side window. A servant pulls the chair back with silent reverence, and you settle into it with a soft creak and a deeper sigh. Cedric takes the seat to your left, clearly trying not to look overly enthusiastic about the food. Dinner in your manner is never rushed. It begins as all proper feasts do, with dramatic anticipation and mildly confusing soup. Tonight's version smells like turnips and ambition. You dip your spoon in slowly, bringing it to your lips as if testing a potion. It's warm, vaguely salty, and has the consistency of something that probably once had a name. Cedric slurps loudly. You glance at him. He notices. The slurping stops. First course, complete. Then, the main event. The doors swing open with theatrical flair, and in comes a servant bearing tonight's centerpiece, an entire roasted peacock. Its feathers, vibrant and dazzling, are reattached with careful pins for maximum display. The neck curves in a gentle S shape. The head wearing a tiny crown you vaguely recall ordering after your third goblet of wine last winter. You will not eat the peacock. Nobody ever eats the peacock. It's ceremonial, like a hat you never wear, or a cousin you politely ignore. Still, everyone at the table murmurs appreciatively, as if it has just recited a poem. The actual food begins arriving in waves. There are trenchers, stale, flat hunks of bread, used as edible plates. Roasted meats are piled high, venison with mustard glaze, spiced chicken that smells of cinnamon and cloves, and some mysterious slices of something called frumenti, which seems to involve boiled wheat and hope. Fingers are the preferred utensil, though you, of course, nibble delicately with a small two-pronged fork imported from Italy. That, alone, makes you the height of fashion in 3 shires. Historians still squabble about the prevalence of utensils at medieval tables. Some say forks were rare and frowned upon as unchristian. Others argue the upper class loved them, mostly to show off. You prefer to believe the latter. You do love to show off. Servants move quietly between guests, pouring wine, dabbing spills, and removing dishes so discreetly they could vanish into legend. You accept a glass of deep red claret, hold it up to the candlelight, and pretend to evaluate its legs like a French noble. You don't know what you're looking for, but it seems dignified. Cedric, meanwhile, is elbow deep in a pheasant leg and trying to talk at the same time. So I told her, I said, "No, Lady Margaret, that's not my goat. That's a ferret with ambition." You nod slowly, pretending to laugh at the right moment. A servant places a small bowl of rosewater beside you for finger dipping. You use it. Cedric tries to drink it. Another course. Almond-stuffed dates, honey-drenched fritters, and cheese that smells like it lost a bet. You take tiny bites, savoring each one as if choosing whether or not to conquer it. At one point, a dog, someone's dog, slinks beneath the table and presses a wet nose to your ankle. You don't react. You are a lord. Lords are not startled by surprised dogs. As the feast continues, the conversation grows looser. Cedric begins arguing with a minor baron about the merits of red versus white onions. A young lady across the table tries to impress you with a story involving a haunted lute and 3 hens who refuse to lay eggs during a solar eclipse. You nod thoughtfully. Ghost hens. Terrifying. The air is thick with spice and smoke. Laughter and half-truths. A server approaches with a final platter. Custards and sugared nuts. Presented on a pewter tray, etched with your family's sigil. 2 lions, one of whom is definitely wearing reading glasses, thanks to an overly creative artisan. You pick up a custard, tap its surface with your spoon, and let it jiggle gently. A successful dessert is 50% flavor, 50% wobble. This one achieves both. At last, the meal begins to wind down. Goblets are refilled at half-mast. Plates are cleared. Someone begins a belch and is silenced with a glare so sharp it could slice cheese. You dab your lips with a square of linen, fold it neatly, and place it on your trencher. A quiet signal. The staff begins clearing. The guests begin stretching. One man begins singing and is swiftly ushered toward the courtyard, where drunken ballads belong. You sit back, full but not overstuffed. This is the perfect moment. Not just the food, but the feeling. You've participated in a ritual older than memory. Sharing food, laughter, and slightly too much wine with people who pretend to like each other. Historians still debate the purpose of such lavish meals. Were they truly for sustenance or for control? To reinforce hierarchy, dazzle visiting nobles, keep allies full and enemies sleepy. You lean toward the latter. A hungry guest is a dangerous guest. A full one just wants a nap. As the candles burn lower and the air grows heavy with the comfort of indulgence, you rise slowly, robe swishing gently. You nod toward Cedric, who's begun to drift slightly to one side. He nods back, eyes half closed, expression that of a man gently sinking into pudding. "Shall we retire?" you say. He mumbles something affirmative, involving ducks, and follows. The meal is done. The hall will be cleaned before dawn, and you, dear Lord of Leisure, are just getting started on the most important part of the evening, avoiding absolutely everything that resembles responsibility. You retreat from the dining hall in dignified silence. The warm fullness in your belly, making your steps even slower than usual. Deliberate, like a man who could rush if he wanted to, but simply chooses not to. Cedric follows behind, still licking custard off his thumb, whispering something about how that ghost hen story really holds up under scrutiny. You say nothing. You are far too elegant for post-dessert commentary. As you re-enter the drawing chamber, you hear it, soft, measured plucking on gut strings, the faintest hum of a melody that refuses to rush. The lute player, seated by the hearth on a small stool, nods respectfully as you enter. He's been here for an hour already, tuning, practicing, pretending to warm up. Now he begins performing, because the audience, meaning you, has arrived. You settle into your favorite chair, which someone has kindly shifted closer to the fire since your last visit. A sheepskin has been thrown over the seat. One servant drapes a thin woolen blanket across your legs without being asked. Another places a small table beside you, bearing a goblet of warm spiced wine and a plate of candied orange peel. The setup is perfect. Cedric seats himself on the adjacent bench, eyes fluttering like someone who's pretending not to be drowsy. You know the feeling. The firelight dances on the walls, casting moving shadows across the faded mural of a saint on horseback who seems to be scowling in time with the music. The melody continues, slow, lilting, the kind of tune that sounds vaguely like a lullaby and vaguely like something sung by men sailing away from doomed castles. You don't recognize it, but you don't need to. That's the point. It's not here to be analyzed. It's here to fill the room with soft sound and stave off the encroaching quiet. You close your eyes for a moment, not to sleep, just to absorb. Historians still argue about how much music truly mattered in the daily lives of medieval lords. Was it common, casual, woven into their routines? Or was it rare and ceremonial, a mark of significant occasions? Some point to the elaborate manuscripts of courtly songs preserved through the ages. Others say most nobles only tolerated music when it came with a good meal and didn't last too long. You find it essential. It's like the crackling fire, better felt than examined. The lute player transitions seamlessly into a ballad. Something about a lady and a tower and a message hidden in a pie. The lyrics drift toward absurdity, but that's half the charm. You chuckle once, mostly to keep the musician hopeful. Cedric, halfway into a sugar nap, jolts slightly and mutters, "A tower made of pastry, perhaps." You ignore him. He'll fall asleep, sitting up in approximately 7 minutes. Instead, you reach for a piece of candied peel and let it dissolve slowly on your tongue. The bitterness balanced by honey reminds you of last year's diplomatic visit from your rival-turned-ally, Lord Brenham. He brought a harpist with him who insisted on singing every greeting. Every single one. You glance over at the lute player, who now adds subtle foot tapping for rhythm. He's getting into it. Or maybe it's part of the act. You admire the commitment either way. At the far end of the room, a pair of servants begins clearing away the remains of the dinner platters. They do so silently, in practiced tandem, like ghosts who moonlight as butlers. One of them accidentally knocks a candlestick, and it wobbles dangerously. No wax is spilled, but he freezes anyway, awaiting doom. You wave a hand, benevolently dismissing the error. The servant exhales like he's just been pardoned for treason. The music slows again. This time a melancholic tune in a minor key. Cedric is now completely still. You briefly consider tossing a candied peel at him just to see if he stirs. You decide against it. Too much effort. Instead, you ask, voice soft, "Know anything cheerier?" The musician pauses only briefly before shifting into a jig-like number that would probably cause a peasant to sprain a tendon trying to dance to it. It feels delightfully inappropriate for your current level of repose, which makes it oddly charming. You don't move to the music. Of course, lords don't move, but your foot does twitch beneath the blanket. That's about as wild as you get after 3 courses and a roasted peacock centerpiece. Eventually, the song tapers off. The lute player looks up at you, eyes hopeful, fingers resting lightly on the strings. "One more," you say. "Something to clear the night." He nods, shifts his posture, and begins again. This time, a soft lull of a melody that could coax dreams from stone. It's perfect, warm, uncomplicated, the kind of song a mother might hum while stirring a pot, or a bard might whisper on a cold road to himself just to fill the void. Cedric, as predicted, has fallen asleep, upright, hands folded like he's posing for a tomb carving. You close your eyes again, letting the music wash over you. You don't care what the song's about. It could be praising a goat. It could be an ode to turnip stew. It doesn't matter. What matters is the calm, the weightless sense that nothing urgent exists, that all things requiring your attention have conveniently decided to wait until morning. You don't even notice when the music ends, just the sudden stillness and the lute player's respectful retreat. You open your eyes, offer a nod, and watch him bow deeply as he backs away. The fire is low now, flickering gently, casting you and Cedric in golden half-light. One of you is meditating. The other is drooling slightly. Either way, it's a perfect evening. You whisper toward the fire, not even sure who you're speaking to. Keep the lute near. Might need it again tomorrow. The flames crackle in reply. You stretch, again, and rise. Time to prepare for bed. But first, a brief stop at the garderobe, a place with far less music and far more mystery than any chamber in the manor. You shuffle softly down the corridor, blankets still draped around your shoulders like a royal cape of mild digestion. Cedric is being carried out of the solar by two hushed servants, still upright, still snoozing, like a very well-fed statue of Saint Drowsius, patron of overindulgence. You glance back only once, making sure they don't bump his head on the doorway. They do, but gently. Now, it's time. Not for bed just yet. You must first pay a quiet visit to the most overlooked chamber in all the manor, the garderobe. Ah, yes, that noble, chilly seat of personal contemplation, the medieval toilet. You make your way toward the western tower. It's not far, but the air grows slightly cooler with every step. Your slippers scuff faintly on stone, and somewhere in the rafters, a pigeon coughs. You make a mental note to have it relocated, possibly knighted. You arrive at the thick wooden door, marked by a carving of a crescent moon, purely decorative, but it helps guests understand the architectural symbolism. You pull it open and step inside. The garderobe is humble. No tapestries, no gilded statues, just a smooth, stone bench with a hole carved directly above a shaft that disappears into the moat below. A gentle breeze rises from it, cool, vaguely floral, surprisingly bearable tonight. You sit. There is, perhaps, no more vulnerable moment for a medieval lord than this. Robes hitched, legs cold, one candle flickering like it's judging you. Yet here you are, like a king upon a slightly chilly throne, doing what monarchs, bishops, peasants, and wandering jesters all must do eventually. You stare forward at the wall, where someone, possibly a bored steward, has scratched a crude drawing of a goat jousting with a fish. It brings you joy. It also makes you wonder who maintains this space. You know the answer. Jorvik, the night cleaner, a man of few words, strong arms, and a nose that can withstand chemical warfare. He's the one who sprinkles herbs down the shaft. Mint, rosemary, sometimes lavender, depending on what's available. You made the mistake once of allowing the herbal budget to lapse. The result? 6 weeks of what can only be described as a scented reckoning. Historians still argue about the cleanliness of medieval sanitation systems. Some suggest the noble class was relatively hygienic. Regular bathing, scented chambers, and attendants to handle the unpleasant bits. Others insist that no matter how rich you were, a drafty stone room with a wooden hole in it was still, well, a drafty stone room with a wooden hole in it. You lean slightly to the side, adjusting the blanket, and sigh. The wind whistles faintly through the shaft. Somewhere down there, frogs are probably watching the sky for new arrivals. And yet, there's something oddly tranquil about this moment. No courtiers, no nobles, no Cedric explaining haunted vegetables. Just you, the moonlit breeze, and a quiet moment of human honesty. Even the lord of the manor needs a pause. You glance to your left. Set into the wall is a narrow niche, holding two essentials, a clay jar of ashes and a folded square of old linen. Yes, the medieval version of toilet paper. Ash to cleanse, linen to pat. Reusable, naturally. Sustainability in its rawest form. You reach for the linen with the same grace you'd reach for a goblet at a feast. Nobility in all things, even the most delicate. As you finish and reassemble your robes, a soft knock comes at the door. Not urgent, not invasive, just the gentle signal that someone is waiting to see if you've been spirited away by, say, moat goblins. You respond, still sovereign. A muffled voice answers. Very good. My lord? You exit the garderobe with the casual dignity of a man who has faced the abyss and emerged victorious. The servant bows slightly as you pass, carefully not meeting your eye. Etiquette, after all. You head back down the corridor, now truly ready for bed. The chill from the stone floor is beginning to climb your legs, encouraging haste. A servant waits at your chamber door, holding a candle so low that their fingers must be permanently scorched. You offer a slight nod, and the door opens before you. Inside, the bedchamber is quiet. The fire is low, but alive. The kind of flickering that seems more decorative than useful. Thick curtains hang from the walls, designed not for beauty but insulation. On the far side of the room, your massive canopy bed awaits, pillows fluffed, sheets warmed with hot stones, and a feather mattress so deep you once lost a dog in it. But you're not quite done yet. There's still the matter of who, if anyone, will join you under those embroidered covers. Your spouse, your mistress, or perhaps, as is becoming more your habit lately, just you, your dreams, and a goose-down pillow shaped like a sheep. You approach the bed, remove your robe, and slide under the covers with a slow, satisfied grunt. The mattress gives way like warm dough. You sigh again, longer this time, the kind of sigh that says, "Today I supervised a chess game, insulted a peacock with my eyes, and still found time for a bath." You reach over to the bedside table, where a final mug of warm milk and honey waits. You sip it slowly, letting the sweetness pool on your tongue. You wonder if your ancestors drank this same mixture before bed, or if they were too busy raiding villages and wrestling bears. You yawn once, deliberately. No one is around to see it, but you deserve to impress yourself now and then. And as you set the mug down and pull the covers up to your chest, a final thought flickers. Someone else will handle everything tomorrow. What a marvelous system. The room dims even further as the last servant slips out, pulling the heavy oak door shut behind him with the kind of reverent hush typically reserved for tombs or really important naps. The only sound now is the whisper of logs shifting in the hearth and the occasional, faint thump from somewhere deep in the walls, pipes settling, or possibly that one bat who insists on returning every spring. You're nestled in the bed like a pearl in an absurdly fluffy oyster. The sheets are linen, tightly woven and faintly scented with lavender, which someone insisted was good for nerves. You don't know if that's true, but you associate the scent with comfort, and therefore peace. Beside you, the milk mug is now empty. Beside that, a small bell rests on a wooden tray, your only connection to the night watch. Should you need anything, you won't. But it's satisfying to know that at any moment, you could summon a man just to adjust your pillow by an inch. That is power. You lie back fully and exhale, feeling the last bits of the day loosen their grip. This, truly, is the highlight of lordly life. Deep bed, no obligations, and the pleasant heaviness of too much meat and not enough walking. You begin your bedtime routine, which is mostly mental. You recite a prayer, half in Latin, half in what you think is Latin. Something about protecting the manor, blessing the sheep, and guiding your dreams away from tax collectors. Your pronunciation is dubious, but heartfelt. Sanctus somnus, liberat porcos, etc. You cross yourself, then roll slightly to your left, because everyone knows the left side is better for digestion, especially after custard and possibly sentient cheese. Your thoughts drift lazily, hopping from one cozy image to another. Warm mead, soft velvet, the falcon blinking in the afternoon sun, Cedric snoring like a drowned bagpipe, all things that remind you the day is done and the night now belongs to silence. But sleep doesn't come quite yet, because, as always, there is one more ritual, checking the night guard rotation. You groan lightly, not from effort, but from principle. You toss the covers back and swing your legs over the side of the bed. Cold stone meets warm toes. A betrayal. You slip into your second favorite robe, thicker, lined with something that may once have been a bear, and tie it with an overly dramatic flourish. You look like someone who might advise a king from the shadows, or perhaps critique stew recipes from a distance. Candle in hand, you step into the corridor. The manor is nearly silent now. The echo of your steps follows you like a polite ghost. You nod at the torch sconces as you pass, as if they too are staff deserving acknowledgement. One flickers in response. You pretend not to be startled. At the top of the western stairs, you meet Thomas, tonight's head watchman. He stands straight despite the hour, armor polished, expression alert but familiar. "My lord," he whispers. "Thomas," you whisper back, as if you're both conspiring against sleep. He hands you a small scroll. Tonight's rotation list: 3 men on the north wall, 2 on the gate, 1 poor soul assigned to the privy path, a surprisingly high traffic zone at night. You nod thoughtfully as you scan it, pretending to spot a discrepancy. "You've switched Marcus and Theo?" you ask, peering with narrowed eyes. "Yes, my lord. Marcus said Theo had an incident." You raise an eyebrow. "The stew?" Thomas nods. With prejudice, you hand the scroll back. Excellent judgment. Historians still argue whether lords genuinely reviewed guard rotations or merely glanced at lists for show. Some say these checks were acts of paranoia. Others, that they were rituals of symbolic control. Small nightly gestures that reminded everyone who really slept safely in the manor. You lean toward the latter. Besides, you enjoy the pretense of vigilance. You walk with Thomas along the upper wall for a short distance. The night air is brisk but not cruel. The stars are out in full procession, and you pause to admire them, or at least pretend to. You can't name more than 2 constellations, and one of them might actually be a stain on your vision. But you point toward the sky anyway. Ah, yes, the warrior goat. Thomas blinks. Of course, my lord. He's a good man. You listen for a moment. Wind in the trees, distant hoot of an owl, the snort of a sleepy guard below. Everything is as it should be. The manor is sealed tight. The world can't touch you here. You hand the candle to Thomas, clap him on the shoulder with the vague air of someone bestowing knighthood, and say, "Wake me only if the stars fall." He bows slightly. "Very good, my lord." You turn and head back toward your chamber. Robe billowing like the cloak of someone who's either extremely important or just extremely chilly. Either way, you're pleased with the image. Back in your room, you remove the robe with a shrug and drop it onto a bench with the precision of someone who knows someone else will fold it. You slip beneath the covers again, which have retained their warmth like loyal companions. You sink deep into the mattress, exhale again, and close your eyes. Now, you tell yourself, sleep will come. And this time, it does. You don't know how much time has passed, but when you open your eyes again, the fire is nearly out. Just a faint red glow buried in the ash. The room has gone quiet in that special way it does just before midnight, when even the insects decide they've gossiped enough for one evening. You stretch slightly, the covers shifting with a soft shpef, and glance toward the heavy drapes drawn tight over the windows. No moonlight peeks through. The manor is silent, still, peaceful, and yet, sleep has decided to toy with you. You try to roll onto your other side, but your pillow seems to have grown a mysterious ridge. You fluff it. It resists. You rotate it. It's somehow worse. You sigh deeply and stare at the canopy above. Embroidered vines and faded gold thread staring back at you with centuries of smugness. So be it. If sleep won't come willingly, perhaps a story will help. Not one told to you, heavens. No, but by someone else. A traveling minstrel. Maybe. And you know just where to find one. You throw back the covers again, much less dramatically this time, and slide your feet into their waiting slippers. They're still warm. Someone clearly put them near the hearth. A tiny miracle. You make a mental note to reward that servant with something outrageous, like a plum or a half day off. You pull your robe back on and head for the great hall. The hallway is cold, but familiar. Torches are lower now, some little more than embers. The air smells faintly of beeswax, old wool, and the kind of dust that's older than most countries. As you enter the great hall, you spot him instantly. The bard sits cross-legged on the stone hearth, cradling his instrument, an odd thing somewhere between a lute and a lyre, covered in notches and travel scratches. His cloak is threadbare, but clean. His beard is impressively asymmetrical, and his eyes, when he looks up and sees you, twinkle with the resigned patience of someone who knows this is the start of a long night. "My lord," he says, with a bow from the waist that somehow doesn't disturb his sitting position. "Couldn't sleep." You shake your head. "Tell me something strange." "Strange I can do." he says, fingers already tuning strings. Do you prefer dragons, doomed lovers, or something edible? Surprise me. And so he begins. A tale of a forgotten island where all the nobles were pigs. Actual pigs, mind you, enchanted by a jealous wizard who had been denied dessert at a feast. These noble swine governed with surprising dignity until one day, an ambitious scribe discovered a way to reverse the curse, but only by convincing the pigs to recite love poetry under a full moon. You sit on the edge of a bench near the fire, arms folded, smiling just slightly. It's ridiculous. It's perfect. The bard's voice rises and falls in rhythm with the tale, occasionally breaking into half-sung verses that rhyme just enough to keep from collapsing. He gestures with his hands, once knocking over a pewter cup without noticing. A servant appears and clears it silently, like magic. Somewhere, during the second act, when the pig baron tries to woo a turnip farmer's daughter, you find yourself sinking into that hazy space between laughter and yawn. Your eyes are still open, but your mind is gently wandering. The bard reaches the climax, a moonlit recitation, a thunderclap, and the sudden return of the baron's very confused human face. You chuckle softly. The pig had better hair. Historians still debate the accuracy of medieval minstrel tales. Were they mostly moral lessons disguised in absurdity, elaborate metaphors for politics, or just very bored musicians looking for coins and a place to sleep indoors? You suspect all three, and you like it that way. The tale ends with applause, just from you, of course, and a slow nod of satisfaction. The bard places his instrument down with care and bows again. My thanks, you say, rising. He shrugs modestly. Any time your dreams require extra seasoning, my lord, you consider offering him coin, but that feels transactional. Instead, you signal a servant and say, make sure he has the good blanket tonight. The bard's eyebrows rise. The wool one. You nod. Generosity looks good on you. You return to your chamber with the quiet confidence of someone whose night has now been properly softened. The corridor feels warmer on the way back. Your slippers shuffle lazily. Your eyelids begin to admit they may, in fact, be ready for work. Back under the covers, you let your mind replay the pigtail. You imagine a council of noble boars grunting in Latin, struggling to write legislation with their hooves. You smile, then yawn. The fire is almost gone now. Just embers. Perfect. You close your eyes. This time, your pillow has mysteriously realigned itself into absolute perfection. The room feels just right. The manor, guarded and humming, does its nightly work while you fade. Tomorrow, there may be estate matters, or falcons, or more stew debates with Cedric. But for now, there is only stillness and sleep. The stillness holds until the bells begin. Not alarm bells. Heavens, no. Nothing urgent. Just the soft, faraway ting of the chapel bell marking the night hour. A single chime, measured, hollow, like a spoon tapping a silver goblet somewhere off in the fog of dreams. You stir, but only slightly. The bell is part of the nightly rhythm of manor life. It doesn't wake you. It reminds you that you're already drifting. You roll onto your back and blink slowly at the carved wooden canopy overhead. The vines look different at this angle. Or perhaps they've just shifted in your mind's eye. They do that sometimes. You murmur something incoherent into the pillow, possibly a prayer, possibly the recipe for your favorite pear tart. Sleep hovers, close, not quite sealed. And so, like any good lord, on the edge of unconsciousness, you reach again for ritual. This time, bedtime prayer. You clasp your hands on your chest like a very pious roast chicken and begin, "Bless this house, bless this bed, keep all nightmares in Cedric's head." You pause, add a second verse, "Guide our walls through wind and quake, and help me dodge the stew tomorrow, just for goodness sake." You smile, half proud, half delirious. Somewhere, a saint is rolling his eyes, but gently. The real prayers begin next, the ones in Latin, or Latin-ish. You get the cadence right, if not the syllables. You hum more than you speak. Still, the words have power, not because of what they say, but because of what they mean to you. Historians still debate how deeply medieval lords engaged with faith. Were they devout in daily life, or only when politics demanded it? Some argue that prayer was performative, a public show of humility to balance private indulgence. Others insist that even the most powerful had moments like this: quiet, personal, clumsy, real. You lean toward the latter. Faith, like a good robe, doesn't need to be perfect, just warm. You whisper the names of saints you remember: Saint Benedict, Saint Gertrude, Saint Julian the Hospitaller. You toss in one made-up saint, just in case: Saint Bartus of the Laundry, patron of lost socks and misplaced kerchiefs. Another yawn creeps in. This one stretches across your whole chest like a wave retreating from shore. You turn your head and notice that the embers in the hearth have almost completely gone dark. One more log would do the trick, but you're too far gone to care. Instead, you continue the prayer, less formal now, more of a whispered conversation. "Thank you for letting the falcon not bite Cedric. Thank you for warm feet. Thank you for figs. Amen." You open one eye and glance at the shuttered window. No movement, no draft. Good. Then, just as you begin to slip again into the softness of dreams, your thoughts wander. Did you lock the east gate? You pause. Of course you didn't. That's someone else's job. Probably Harold, or Oswin, or that lad who's always carving ducks into the banisters. You give a little grunt of acknowledgement to no one in particular and nestle deeper into the bedding. If it's open, it's a lesson. If it's locked, you're a genius. Either way, you're not getting up. And yet, sleep still plays coy. So you switch tactics. You begin a mental game that served you well over the years, imagining your own funeral. Not the sad kind. No tears, just pageantry, velvet drapes, slow-walking horses, a lute dirge that's somehow catchy, perhaps even dancing. You imagine peasants whispering, "He was a fair lord," slightly strange, enjoyed custard, but mostly fair. You picture a tapestry in your honor, you, in full regalia, seated atop a horse with alarmed eyes and an overly dramatic wind in your hair. Possibly a falcon landing on your shoulder. Possibly a bowl of stew being thrown dramatically behind you. You chuckle softly into the blanket. Then your thoughts soften further. You think of your mother's old stories. The one about the star that only appears for those who speak kindly. The one about the wolf who turned into a man for one day and used it just to sleep in a soft bed. The one about the knight who always got lost and learned, eventually, To enjoy it, you hear her voice again, not clearly, but enough. Your breathing slows. Now, the world around you is soft as wool. The fire, dim. The bed, warm. The air, still. You are a lord of nothing at this moment. Not lands, not tenants, not birds or banisters. Just a man, in a bed, under the care of candlelight and memory. Sleep slides its hand over your eyes like a velvet curtain. And this time, it stays. You wake not with a start, but with that slow, syrupy sense of returning, like drifting back to the shore after a long float on quiet water. No alarm, no shouts, just a vague awareness that the bed feels slightly cooler now, and the embers in the hearth are finally asleep too. You blink at the canopy above, those familiar embroidered vines twisting like ancient thoughts. One leaf looks like a duck now. You make a mental note to mention that to someone. Probably the steward. He collects odd leaf shapes like other people collect debts. You don't move yet. You're not even sure what time it is. Could be just before dawn. Could be some nebulous medieval hour known only to owls and bakers. The manor is quiet, which means the guards are doing their jobs or something has gone terribly wrong. You decide, generously, to assume it's the former. But just as you consider drifting off again, a sound drifts into your chamber, barely audible, but familiar. Footsteps, not hurried, not urgent, just the soft, deliberate shuffle of someone trying not to wake a lord, which almost always means they're about to. A soft knock at the chamber door. You sigh, deeply. Yes, you say, your voice thick with sleep and slight disapproval. The door creaks open, revealing your steward. He bows, nearly vanishing into his robe. My lord, he whispers. You requested to be informed about the guard rotation. Theo has returned to his post. You nod, slowly, as though this information carries the weight of a military campaign. Was it the stew? Decidedly, he says. There was confirmation. You offer a regal grunt. Very good. Go now. Tell Theo he's brave, or foolish, whichever suits. The steward bows again and withdraws, leaving behind a faint scent of lavender soap and underpaid responsibility. You lie back again and close your eyes. But sleep has shifted. It's nearby, but not within reach, like a cat deciding whether to sit on your lap. You sigh again and pull the covers tighter, letting your thoughts drift. Eventually, you rise, not because you're motivated, but because your left leg has fallen asleep in protest. You throw the covers off in a slow-motion tumble, stand, and stretch your arms toward the rafters. Your spine makes a noise like an old church pew, satisfying. You reach for your robe again, this time the lightweight one, lined with fur only at the cuffs. Casual, low stakes. You don't intend to be seen. You're simply going for a stroll through the manor. Corridors curve gently like the inside of a seashell. You pass shuttered windows, half-extinguished torches, and one very startled servant carrying a tray of apples and looking like he's just spotted a ghost in a bathrobe. You nod politely. Carry on. He almost drops a pear. You eventually reach the upper parapet. From here, you can see the fields. Dark, rippling shadows. The village below is nothing but a cluster of candle stubs. The stars above are in full bloom, scattered like jewels across the sky. You lean against the cold stone and breathe in deeply. The night smells like wood smoke and moss. There's a hint of something floral, too. Maybe honeysuckle, or someone's perfume drifting from the guest wing. You decide not to investigate. Let mystery have its moment. Beside you, a guard stands to attention. "My lord," he says, stiff as a candlestick. "At ease," you murmur, "unless a dragon is climbing the bakery chimney." The guard chuckles, but straightens again, just in case. You fall into companionable silence. Historians still debate whether lords truly walked their parapets, or whether this image, noble figures pacing under the stars, was romanticized later by poets with too much ink and not enough facts. But here you are, robe flapping slightly in the breeze, watching your world sleep. So perhaps the poets weren't so wrong after all. You glance down at the inner courtyard. A dog trots past the well, tail wagging, presumably on some important mission involving frogs or misplaced meat pies. You approve. Loyal dogs, active nights. Good omen. You think briefly about the people sleeping under your roof. Cedric, probably still sprawled diagonally across his borrowed bed. The bard, swaddled in the good blanket, dreaming of heroic pigs. The kitchen maid, likely snoring in a chair after staying up to salt fish. All of them, breathing in unison, tucked into the manor's warm belly. It's a strange kind of responsibility to preside over this little world of humans and stone and secrets. You lean on the parapet and whisper, "Keep them well." The stars do not answer, but they don't flicker out either, which is probably a good sign. Eventually, your limbs begin to cool, and the fireless air seeps into your sleeves. You pat the stone once, an old habit, like thanking a stair for holding your weight, and turn back toward your chambers. The walk back feels softer. You know the way. You've walked these halls 100 times in daylight, and 100 more in slippered midnight. Back in your room, the bed waits, still slightly warm, slightly rumpled. You slip in without ceremony this time. No need for theatrics, just softness. You rest your head, now facing the shuttered window. Through the tiniest crack, a sliver of starlight finds its way to the floor. You exhale. The manor sighs with you, and sleep, finally, returns, slow and sure. The next time you wake, the room is still dim, but there's a different quality to the air. Not the thick velvet of midnight, but the thinner hush of pre-dawn. A time when even the shadows seem to pause in anticipation. You don't open your eyes fully, just enough to register the color of the light. A soft gray. Somewhere. A rooster is probably considering its options. But you don't rise. Not yet. Instead, you roll onto your back and stretch like a noble cat. Arms out, one leg extended, the other angled dramatically, just in case someone happens to be watching from a curtain. They aren't. But still, you never know. The fire is completely out now. Not even a single glowing coal. The room is cool, but not cold. The blankets are a perfect weight, heavy enough to comfort, light enough to breathe. You could stay here for hours. And in fact, you will. Until, that is, the sound of faint music begins to drift in from the main hall. You frown into your pillow. Music? At this hour? You rise, curious. Your robe is right where you left it. This time, you choose the dark blue one, trimmed with sable fur. dignified, slightly ominous, perfect for confronting unexpected minstrels or mildly cursed guests. You pad softly toward the hall, footsteps muffled on ancient rugs. The music grows clearer with each step. Light strumming, a gentle voice humming a tune too cheerful to belong in any part of the day that still requires candlelight. As you step into the main chamber, you find the source immediately. There, on a low stool, is a traveling minstrel. Not the one from earlier, a new one, younger, fewer beard strands, possibly not even invited. He's playing what appears to be a rebec, an instrument that looks like a violin's slightly drunk cousin. The tune is sprightly, almost jaunty, an offense. He looks up mid-pluck and freezes. "My lord," he says, scrambling to his feet. I didn't think anyone would be awake." "Clearly," you reply, adjusting your robe like an irate magistrate. "Why are you?" I arrived late," he stammers. "Was told to wait in the hall. Thought I'd practice." You raise an eyebrow. He adds, "Quietly?" You narrow your eyes. Historians still argue whether minstrels were allowed to come and go freely in noble houses, or whether they required invitation and rigid protocol. The truth, like this lad's sense of timing, seems a bit loose. You exhale slowly. "Well," you say, "you're awake." "I'm awake. Might as well make use of the moment." His eyes light up. You'd like a song, my lord?" You nod, then wave a hand. Nothing with clapping, or anything involving goats marrying royalty. He nods frantically and begins to play again, this time slower, more appropriate, something that feels like a walking tune for a sleepy riverbank. You settle into your favorite chair. Yes, that one, with the subtle squeak and the cushion that's shaped exactly like your spine. The song continues. It's better now. Almost charming. The notes drift lazily through the hall, brushing against the rafters like low-flying birds. You sip from a goblet of water left over from the evening. A bit warm, slightly dusty, but refreshingly plain. The song tells a story this time, of a knight who chased his own shadow through the woods and ended up learning how to cook soup from a talking rabbit. You nod slowly. The lesson seems to be something about patience or carrots. Either way, you approve. The minstrel finishes with a bow, clearly proud of himself. You pause for a long moment, just to make him sweat. "Acceptable," you say. He beams like he's just been knighted. "Go," you add. "Sleep, and tell the steward to feed you something without legs tomorrow. You've earned at least a stewless breakfast." He bows again and practically vanishes into the side hallway, his instrument tucked like a precious child under his arm. You sit for a while longer, listening to the silence that follows. It's somehow deeper than before, as if the song swept the last of the night's clutter out with it. Then you rise, robe trailing behind you like a whispered rumor, and walk toward the guest wing. You're not eavesdropping. Of course not. You're simply making sure the noble guests are all properly comfortable. You pass the first room. Silence. The second, a soft snore, rhythmic and well-practiced. Probably Cedric. The third room's door is slightly ajar. You pause. Inside, two visiting baronesses are deep in whispered conversation. You catch only fragments. Something about a misplaced bracelet, a suspiciously dashing falconer, and the utter absurdity of custard shaped like castles. You smile to yourself. Gossip never sleeps. Historians still ponder how much influence noble women had in these quiet midnight hours. How decisions, alliances, even rebellions were often seated not at councils, but in softly whispered phrases behind closed doors. You don't need a historian to tell you. Some of the manor's sharpest strategies have come from voices that never get recorded. You move on, back toward your chamber, satisfied. As you step inside and close the door gently behind you, the eastern horizon is just beginning to soften. No sun yet, but a shift in tone. The dark is no longer quite as absolute. You slip out of your robe, fold it over the bench, and return to bed. One last nap, perhaps a short one, just enough to carry you into morning, because soon the kitchen will rattle to life, the bells will ring for mass, and the rooster, who has still not crowed, will remember his purpose. But for now, there's a little more silence left, and you intend to savor every second of it. The next time your eyes open, it's not to a sound, but to a feeling, that peculiar sensation of the air changing. The stillness of night has given way to the quiet expectancy of morning. It's not loud, not even particularly bright, just present. Through the crack in the shuttered window, the first light of dawn seeps in, soft and golden, like honey stirred into cream. The kind of light that doesn't demand action. It suggests it politely, warmly. You sigh. Your arms stretch upward. Your spine answers with a series of murmurs and pops, and you pull the blanket up once more, purely out of defiance. You're awake, but you don't have to be vertical yet. Then, the knock comes, soft, almost apologetic. You know that knock. That is not the knock of a guard or a steward. That's the knock of your personal valet, whose job it is to ensure you look vaguely human by the time breakfast is served. You wait exactly 4 heartbeats before replying. Enter. The door creaks open. Gallon, your valet, steps in like a man entering a sacred temple. He's carrying your breakfast robe, the oatmeal-colored one with minimal embroidery and maximum comfort, and a tray with something steaming, something sweet, and something that may or may not still be moving. "Good morning, my lord," he says, as though each syllable might break. You sit up, hair sticking out at odd angles, and blink at the tray. That'd better be porridge. It is, my lord, with honey and dried plum. You exhale in that regal, deeply exhausted way that says, "I consent to life continuing." He sets the tray on the bedside table and begins unfolding the robe with military precision. You swing your legs out of bed and allow yourself to be wrapped, tucked, and generally restored to the illusion of control. Slippers appear. Your hair is gently combed with fingers more practiced than your memory. You take the first spoonful of porridge and hum with sleepy approval. Dawn meals are, by necessity, simple. But this one, warm, thick, fragrant with spice, is perfect. You eat slowly, savoring each bite like it's the last comfort you'll ever know before being sent off to battle. In truth, your biggest challenge today is choosing between reviewing the grain accounts or not reviewing the grain accounts. You sip from a small cup of ginger tea. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you recall that ginger is good for digestion, or maybe for warding off plague, possibly both. Gallon begins his daily update while you eat. The cook has requested more cloves. he says. The falconer says Lady Talon refuses to fly for anyone else. The steward asks if you wish to inspect the new saddle inventory. And your cousin, Lord Baldwin, has already challenged 3 people to a foot race. You pause. Is Baldwin winning these races? He is not, my lord. You chew another spoonful and nod. Excellent. You like to begin your day with small victories. After breakfast, you rise and walk to the eastern balcony, where the shutters are open for you. The view is something you never quite tire of. Sloping hills, fields brushed with morning mist, and the village beginning to stir like a bear reluctantly leaving its cave. You rest your hands on the cold stone railing. Below, you see movement. Stable hands carrying buckets. Smoke curling from the bakehouse. The gentle blur of peasants going about lives that began hours before yours. You feel the distant clop of hooves as someone rides out to check the boundary stones. You inhale deeply. The morning smells of dew, damp hay, wood smoke, and something vaguely herbal. You wonder if the bath herbs are being mixed again. You consider asking for orange rind this time. It felt bold in your dreams. You let your mind wander. To the falcon, to Cedric, to the steward's endless parchment scroll of things that must be done. You'll address them all, eventually, but not just yet. There's still time. You're not in a hurry. You are never in a hurry. Historians often debate whether medieval lords genuinely controlled every aspect of their domains, or whether they floated atop a sea of well-paid handlers and strategically frightened scribes. You find the question amusing. The truth is, both can be true. One can delegate and reign. One can lounge and command. You are, after all, not just a lord. You are an expert at looking concerned while secretly planning a mid-morning nap. As the sun rises higher, servants begin shifting around the manor like a well-rehearsed play. You turn from the balcony, robe cinched, slippers steady, and declare, "Ready the small hall. We shall hold discussions." Gallon bows. "Of course, my lord." You don't specify what discussions. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you've said it. It sounds productive, intentional, noble. You'll wander in later, sit at the head of the table, tilt your head thoughtfully while someone explains the pig count, and respond with something like, Yes, but are the pigs happy? Then you'll nod. Everyone else will nod, and nothing will change. Perfect. For now, though. You turn back toward your chamber. One last moment. One more quiet breath before the full morning arrives. Before voices fill the halls. Before roasted meats, financial woes, or Baldwin attempts to race the cook. You close your eyes and smile. This day, like the one before it, will move slowly, just the way you like it. The morning rolls in without urgency, and the manor responds in kind. From your chamber window, you can now see the villagers in full swing, hauling firewood, feeding chickens, shouting at geese. Everything is happening at a respectable distance, and that's precisely how you prefer it. The small hall is ready. You've changed into your working attire, a tunic that looks simple but costs more than a small boat. Boots polished to a shine that could summon sun gods, and a belt with no practical use beyond saying, "I am absolutely in charge of something." You descend the stairs like a man who hasn't a single muscle ache. despite knowing full well your hip popped earlier while reaching for your goblet. Inside the small hall, your steward, your bailiff, the cook, and, unfortunately, Cousin Baldwin are all waiting. Baldwin waves enthusiastically. He is eating a pear as if it insulted his mother. "Let's begin," you say, taking your place at the head of the table. The steward starts with the state news. 2 sacks of barley spoiled in storage. A widow has requested assistance with her leaking roof. And one of the guards insists he saw a fox teaching a cat how to steal eggs. You nod thoughtfully through it all. "Make sure the widow gets help," you say, and tell the guard to stop drinking from the herb jars. Next, the cook speaks. He's requesting more spices again. "If we want to maintain the reputation of this house," he says, "we can't continue to serve mutton that tastes like regret." You raise an eyebrow. "You had cinnamon yesterday." "Yes, my lord, and I used it on a beet." You grant him the clove request. He bows with exaggerated relief, as though you've just forgiven a capital offense. Then, Baldwin clears his throat. "My lord," he begins, rising slightly in his chair, "I have written a poem about last night's custard." There's a long pause. It begins with a battle between flavor and fear. You raise a hand. "No." "But..." "No." He sits down again, undeterred, already scribbling something on the back of the steward's report. The rest of the meeting continues without major incident. Someone brings up drainage near the orchard. Someone else complains about a goat that keeps headbutting the scriptorium door during prayer. You nod. You hum. You occasionally make a noise that sounds like but is actually, "I wish I were reclining right now." Historians still argue whether these lordly morning meetings were truly about governance or merely social theater, an excuse to show off robes, issue vague decrees, and sip wine while pretending to absorb numbers. You know the truth. It's about balance. You let them speak. You pretend to listen, and you make 3 decisions a day. Any more would risk efficiency. As the meeting winds down, the steward approaches one last time. "There is a new minstrel in the village," he says. "Would you like him summoned?" "Does he play quietly?" "He claims to." "Then yes. But tell him no songs about enchanted poultry. I had enough of that last night." The steward bows and retreats. You stand slowly, stretching once more for theatrical effect. "I believe that concludes the important matters," you announce. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must check on my falcon." Everyone nods, though no one's entirely sure if Lady Talon actually requires checking, or if you just want to sit outside. Spoiler, it's both. You make your way to the western tower, where Lady Talon perches like the world's angriest tiara. She sees you, clicks her beak once in greeting, then goes back to glaring at a patch of sky. You sit beside her. The morning wind rustles the trees. A servant appears with a stool and a small plate of sugared almonds. You pop one into your mouth and sigh. It's going to be another full day of gentle duties, theatrical distractions, and small decisions dressed in velvet. You wouldn't have it any other way. Your fingers brush the feathers at Lady Talon's neck. She tolerates it, for now. Somewhere behind you, Baldwin is probably declaiming his poem to the fireplace. Somewhere in the kitchen, the cook is likely grumbling about basil. And somewhere in the chapel, a monk is swatting that headbutting goat with a rolled-up scroll. And you? You lean back, eyes half closed, as the wind picks up and carries the scent of lavender and loam into the late morning. The manor lives, the world turns, and the Lord, very clean, very rested, slightly full, reigns in comfort. You remain on the tower bench, eyes fluttering between half open and half closed, watching clouds drift like idle thoughts across the pale blue sky. The breeze has softened now, brushing your robe like the hand of an old friend. Lady Talon shifts once on her perch, then stills, eyes scanning the treetops below without urgency. All around the manor, life hums, but quietly. The kind of quiet that doesn't beg for attention, just soft clinks of buckets in the courtyard, a low chant rising from the chapel, the creak of wood settling into itself after a long night. Every sound is muffled by distance and comfort. You sigh, long and slow, like the wind leaving a tapestry. Soon, it will be time for a stroll, or perhaps to retire once again to your solar. Maybe play another game of backgammon. Maybe even let Cedric win, if you're feeling generous and he's feeling coherent. But not yet. For now, you just rest. Let your breathing deepen. Let your shoulders soften. Let your thoughts stop arranging themselves into plans and responsibilities. There's nothing left to decide, nothing left to manage. Just the slow rhythm of the day unfolding. Like a scroll you don't have to read. The sky above grows warmer in color. Hints of late morning gold brushing the horizon. You don't watch it directly. You just feel it on your face. The light, the ease, the presence of a world content to turn without asking for anything from you. So, let your eyes drift shut if they haven't already. Let your hands settle. Let your thoughts grow quiet, like the footsteps of servants padding through the manor on wool-wrapped errands. You've earned your rest. Let it come gently. Let it stay as long as it pleases. The fire is low. The walls are strong. The falcon is calm. And all is well. You're standing near the corner, somewhere unobtrusive, yet just close enough to smell the roasted meat and dripping wax. Your feet are sore from travel. Your tunic smells like sheep. And your stomach? Well, let's just say it's well acquainted with watery porridge and whatever root vegetable wasn't too wormy. Inside, it's another world. A vaulted ceiling looms overhead, beams blackened by decades of smoke. The walls are hung with dusty tapestries and hunting trophies, antlers, skins. One bird that definitely looks taxidermied by someone who's never seen that bird alive. Long tables stretch down the room like runways, packed with trencher bread, silver goblets, and more food than you've seen all year. Welcome to dinner. If you're rich, you probably won't. You move closer to the high table. This is where the lord of the manor sits, flanked by family and high-ranking guests. They're already halfway through the first course. A squire rushes past with a dish of roast capon, its skin glazed and glistening, legs akimbo in unfortunate elegance. There's already a boar's head on the table, its mouth stuffed with apples and a slightly mocking grin. Back in your village, you ate a stew of barley, onion, and maybe a pinch of dried herbs if someone got lucky. Meat, rare. Butter, occasionally. Flavor, debatable. But here, oh, here the air is thick with it. Saffron, cloves, cinnamon. You smell honey and vinegar, something suspiciously floral. You edge around a page boy, no older than 10, already balancing pewter dishes like a tavern veteran, and take in the scene. There's a subtle orchestration to it all. Harpists strum in the gallery. Dogs skitter underfoot, snapping up fallen crumbs. Nobles dab delicately at their lips with linen cloths. They sip wine so watered down, it's probably safer than the well water. Conversation flows in Latin, French, and something that might be early English, but sounds like everyone's trying not to move their mouths. Historians still argue whether these upper-class meals were truly daily indulgences or reserved only for showy feasts. But surviving menus, yes. Some nobles kept menus, suggest these people were not skimping on calories. A servant places a dish shaped like a castle on the table. It wobbles. It's made of meat. You blink. Someone chuckles. You're not invited to this table. Of course. But if you were, you'd have to play the part. The way you hold your spoon matters. You'd have to know not to wipe your hands on the tablecloth. It's not that kind of rich. There are water bowls for rinsing fingers. Your place at the table would tell everyone exactly how important, or unimportant, you are. There's a hierarchy to everything. The food, the plates, even the bread. The best slices go to the highest status guests. The trencher, an edible plate made of stale bread, is more than just a curiosity. After the meal, it might be given to the poor or to the dogs. You wouldn't want to bet on which. Someone taps a glass, a toast. Wine is lifted, words are slurred, and laughter peels across the rafters. You catch a glimpse of a pie being sliced open. Doves fly out. Actual, living doves. You try not to look surprised. Quirky detail. There's a medieval banquet record that included a roasted peacock redressed in its own feathers, posed as though still alive. It looked majestic, probably tasted like shoe. And here you are, standing at the edge, stomach grumbling, eyes wide. You're a ghost at the feast, a time traveler with the good sense not to lick anything. Yet somehow, even from here, you can almost taste it. You slip away from the hall, down a corridor lined with rushes that barely mask the smell of damp stone and smoke. The music fades. The chatter dims. Somewhere behind you, someone belches enthusiastically. But ahead, a different world entirely. The kitchen of the manor. It hits you first as heat. Even in winter, this place sweats. Fires blaze in open hearths, cauldrons bubble, and smoke coils upward through imperfect vents in the high, soot-stained ceiling. You'd think the room is chaos. And in some ways, it is. But it's organized chaos. Cooks bark orders, scullions scrub endlessly, and one poor apprentice is chasing a runaway goose through a puddle of spilled broth. Welcome to the real engine of noble dining. These kitchens are bigger than some village inns. Multiple rooms, really. A bakehouse, a scullery, a pantry, a larder, even a separate fish kitchen, if the estate is rich enough. Some of the grandest households employed over 200 kitchen staff. Imagine the payroll, though most were paid in food and a place to sleep, if that. A cook lifts the lid on a pot large enough to drown in. Steam bellows out like a dragon exhale. Inside, a stew thick with meat, lentils, and spice. Nearby, a spit boy. His only job is to rotate meat over the fire. Uses a crank to turn a roasting venison haunch that spits fat like angry punctuation. You spot something surprising. A swan. It's plucked, roasted, and dressed again in its own skin and feathers, neck upright, beak polished. Historians still debate whether these animal redressings were served to eat or merely paraded around as edible theater. Either way, it's dramatic and quite possibly disgusting. Here, food isn't just nourishment, it's spectacle, status, and sometimes absurdity. In a world where peasants counted themselves lucky to boil a turnip, the rich were having saffron in their porridge. Yes, even porridge got the royal treatment when nobles felt nostalgic or needed a stomach settler after too much eel pie. There's a logic to the madness. Ingredients come in through different doors depending on their type and how fast they spoil. Live fish slosh in barrels. Poultry arrives, feathered and sometimes squawking. Barrels of wine are rolled in. Whole wheels of cheese stacked like siege engines. You notice a chalkboard scratched with rough Latin. Tomorrow's meal plan. It includes stuffed dates, roasted crane, spiced wine, and something called whited puree. Basically leeks boiled into submission and then smothered in almond milk. An older woman slices fruit with a knife so fast you blink and miss it. Her hands are steady. Her face says she's seen worse than goose chases. You learn her title, Mistress Cook. Not a servant, but a respected craftsman. One of the few women in a male-dominated kitchen, yet utterly in charge. And of course, there's theft, always. A roasted quail mysteriously disappears. A boy's cheeks puff suspiciously. The mistress sees. She says nothing. Probably his first real meat in months. You can't help but root for him. Quirky fact, some medieval cookbooks read more like military manuals. One recipe for fish aspic calls for it to be so clear a man may see his face in it. Another details how to make a peacock breathe fire by hiding a burning cloth in its beak. Why? Because you edge toward the doorway again, hair smelling of smoke, head dizzy from spice and warmth. Behind you, the kitchen roars on, feeding a household where status is measured in roasted birds, and meals are performances more than meals. And you're still hungry, but you've seen the machinery behind the feast, and you'll never look at porridge the same way again. You find yourself near a storeroom now. The light dims, but the scent sharpens, intense and layered. It's as if a dozen far-off lands have collided in this one cramped space. Here, among sacks of grains and barrels of salted fish, lies the treasure chest of any wealthy medieval kitchen, the spice cabinet. And calling it a cabinet is generous. It's more like a shrine. Carved boxes, ceramic jars, tightly wrapped packets, each containing a scent that could ransom a minor noble. You lift a lid and recoil. Pepper. Not the bland shaker dust you're used to, but whole black peppercorns. Pungent, biting, slightly smoky. They're worth their weight in gold, literally. You run your fingers across tiny labels. Cinnamon, likely from Sri Lanka. Though the label says cannel, cloves. Dark, hard buds shaped like tiny nails. Their aroma clinging to your skin for hours. Nutmeg, a wrinkled little orb with the power to send a pie to heaven or a merchant to an early grave. These aren't just flavorings. They are currency, status symbols, even medicine. Historians still argue whether the average noble truly understood the origin of their spices. Some medieval texts claimed pepper grew in snake-infested forests and had to be harvested under dangerous conditions. There was even a rumor that cinnamon came from giant bird nests and had to be stolen before the mother returned. You chuckle softly. And yet, when you learn the truth, the months-long sea journeys, the desert caravans, the pirates, the middlemen, the bribes, you understand why spices were locked up like treasure. A cook bustles in and pinches a bit of saffron from a velvet pouch. It dyes his fingers orange. Saffron, delicate, made from crocus stigmas, harvested by hand. It's the most expensive of all. In the wrong dish. It's wasted. In the right one. It sings. Here. It'll go into a custard, meant for the lady of the house. Because even puddings wear gold if you're rich. You remember your village again. The porridge you ate, salted sometimes, if you were lucky. Maybe a chopped onion. Now imagine that. And then imagine the same bowl finished with ginger, honey, and rosewater. Suddenly, it's not peasant food. It's dessert. Spices served another purpose, too. Preserving meat. Or at least pretending it was fresh. There's a theory that spices masked spoilage. Though modern historians push back, rich people had access to fresh meat, ice houses, and skilled cooks. Spices weren't just cover-ups. They were culinary fireworks. You spot a curious jar labeled Grains of Paradise. It smells peppery, lemony, strange, popular in medieval Europe, now forgotten. There's also long pepper, hotter and more complex than black pepper. Why did they vanish? No one's sure. Food fashion? Maybe. A boy stands watch by the door. His job? To make sure no one steals the good stuff, even inside the manor. Theft is a quiet epidemic. A missing pinch of cinnamon could mean punishment, or a clever trade down at the market. Quirky fact, in some cities, spice merchants were taxed not by weight, but by smell. Their cargo was judged valuable just by the scent it left in the air. You exit the storeroom, head spinning with aromas and irony. What cost a peasant a week's wages was, to the wealthy, a finishing touch, a sprinkle of the East to elevate their turnips, the world's most luxurious flavors, all hidden in the corner of a smoky kitchen. And tonight, the noble family will eat something so spiced, so fragrant, it could be mistaken for a magic spell. Meanwhile, the peasants outside the gate stir their bland porridge and dream of cinnamon. You return to the hall, just in time to catch the arrival of the third course. A procession of platters, carried with an almost religious reverence. And rightly so. For here comes something spectacular. Molded meat jelly, carved roast heron, and what appears to be a stuffed fish posed in mid-leap, surrounded by candied herbs. It's not just about what's on the table. It's about how you behave at the table. You edge closer, careful not to step on the tail of a hound licking grease off a fallen trencher. A noblewoman raises her spoon with practiced elegance. Her pinky extends, not out of snobbery, but balance. The spoon itself is ornate. Bone handle, silver bowl, and something carved at the end that looks suspiciously like a griffin in a hat. You quickly learn that noble dining was theater. There are rules, so many rules, and most of them are unspoken. Don't blow on your soup. Don't scratch. Don't slurp. Don't put elbows on the table. Don't use both hands unless you're carving something. Don't talk with your mouth full unless you're the Lord, in which case, do whatever you want. Also, no knives unless you're of a certain rank, and definitely no licking your fingers unless you do it subtly. Then wipe them in the bowl of rosemary water that's passed down the table. One man breaks a rule. He reaches across another's trencher. The room doesn't stop, but eyes narrow. He withdraws quickly, mutters something, and resumes eating with exaggerated care. Dining was a test, you realize, a test of breeding, grace, and memory. Some historians still argue whether all these rules were universally followed, or if manuals exaggerated the standards to shame the newly rich. But etiquette books from the time survive, and they're oddly specific. One warns, do not wipe your nose on the tablecloth, for it is ill-bred. Another reminds you not to pick your teeth with your knife. Apparently, that needed saying. You glance again at the dishes. The jelly is shimmering, beef broth, clarified with eggshells and passed through a cloth, then set into elaborate molds. Sometimes it's dyed with beet juice or spinach. Sometimes it contains hard-boiled quail eggs. Sometimes it wobbles so enticingly you forget it's made from bones. A platter of subtleties arrives next, not subtle in the modern sense, but sugar sculptures, scenes carved from hardened syrup, molded into castles, saints, or mythical creatures. One is a tiny pig playing a lute. You blink. These are often inedible, technically food, but not meant for consumption. Just admiration. One noble once commissioned a life-size sugar replica of himself in armor. It melted before dessert. Another served a dish made to resemble a tree, complete with marzipan birds nesting in candied leaves. You wonder about the cleanup. It's not pretty. Dogs eat what they can. The rest goes to the kitchen boys, or to the poor, or into the compost. Trencher bread, soaked with meat juice, is the prize. If it's too soggy, even the dogs decline. Quirky fact, in some grand feasts, guests were provided with napkins that hung from their necks like bibs. One famous duke reportedly wiped his mouth with a silk sleeve instead, because he could. Then there's the matter of conversation. You listen in. Tales of hunting, marriages, land disputes, and the occasional joke about monks and turnips. Someone quotes Virgil. Someone else pretends to understand. A woman giggles behind her goblet. At this table, food is performance, and eating is a kind of dance. One wrong move, and you've outed yourself as a pretender. You, of course, remain invisible, a watcher, an observer. But even so, you can't help adjusting your posture, sitting up straighter, pretending you know which spoon to use. And just for a moment, when a roast heron is passed and the steam hits your face, you swear it smells like triumph. You shuffle toward the lower table now, where the food is less sculpted and more chewable. Still luxurious by your standards, though. And here, you notice something telling, not in the roast meats or honey-glazed roots, but in the bread. Ah, yes, bread. It seems so simple, but in the medieval world, bread was a hierarchy you could eat. You spy 3 kinds of loaves on the table. The first, fine, pale, almost white, soft crumb, delicate crust. This is manchet, the bread of nobility. It's made from wheat flour so finely sifted that most peasants wouldn't even recognize it as grain. It's what you serve to bishops and barons. Next to it, a slightly darker, coarser loaf. This is cheat bread, a mid-tier offering. Not quite noble, not quite peasant. Something a well-off merchant might eat. You pinch off a corner. It's chewy, faintly sour, and very honest. Then, push toward the end of the table. Maslin, a heavy, dark loaf made from a mix of wheat, rye, and barley. Coarse, dense, sometimes gritty with bits of millstone. This is what you grew up on. If you were lucky, Bread told a story, not just of class, but of geography and access. White flour was expensive because it took time and effort to mill. Finer bread meant more labor, more waste, and more servants to sift and knead. So naturally, the rich wanted it. Historians still argue whether peasants truly resented this grain gap, or if they simply accepted it as the flour-dusted order of things. But one thing's certain: the type of bread on your table was as visible a marker of status as the ring on your finger. You watch a servant carve a loaf of manchet and place it carefully by the Lord's plate. It's not sliced. Slicing implies sharing. It's portioned like treasure. Meanwhile, the Maslin loaf is hacked apart, chunks dropped into a wooden bowl for lower-ranking guests or staff. There's also the matter of trenchers. These edible plates were made of yesterday's bread, sometimes several days old. They'd soak up the juices of the meal, then be given away or eaten by the less fortunate. Some trenchers were handed to beggars outside. Others went to the kitchen for recycling, a grim word for anything not completely inedible. You remember one year of bad harvests in your village. Bread was made with peas, beans, even ground up tree bark. It filled the stomach, but did little else. No golden crust, no soft interior, just a dense, sad slab of survival. But here, bread is a symbol, a statement. You notice how the nobles dab their bread in sauce, how they peel back crusts like fruit skins, how they never touch the blackened ends. Those are scraped off, discreetly, by the servants. Quirky detail. Some medieval cookbooks included instructions on how to perfume your bread. A spritz of rosewater here, a dusting of ground coriander there. One noblewoman allegedly had bread that smelled like violets, for reasons. Then there's fasting bread, served during holy days, made without animal fat. It's often drier, more brittle, and served with almond milk or broth. Somehow, even penance was more palatable if you were rich. You glance again at the table and wonder what happens when bread runs out. It rarely does here, but when it does, there's panic. Bread riots weren't just peasant problems. Even the well-fed feared scarcity. Grain shortages could start wars. Bread is life, but it's also power, privilege, and politeness. In this hall, the loaf you're handed says exactly who you are and who you'll never be. Still, the smell is good, warm, yeasty, comforting, and for a moment, you close your eyes and pretend the manchet is yours. You step aside just in time to avoid a tray piled with goblets, and your nose catches a sudden swirl of spice, fruit, and something faintly medicinal. The drinks have arrived, and let's be clear, this isn't a flagon of ale by the fire. This is curated, perfumed, and chosen for status as much as for taste. In the medieval upper crust, what you drank said almost as much about you as what you wore. You peer at a goblet of wine as it's set down. Not red, not quite white. Something in between. It's been spiced. Maybe with cinnamon, ginger, clove, or a dash of something mysterious and probably expensive. Mulled wine was more than just warm comfort. It was a way to show that you had access to trade goods, storage vessels, and someone who knew how to heat without boiling. Beside it, a jug of mead, honey wine, ancient, golden, and surprisingly strong. Served at feasts and weddings, it was associated with health, virility, and frankly, bragging rights. You can smell the sweetness from here. Next to that, ale. Yes, even among the rich, ale had a place, but not the cloudy, haphazard stuff peasants drank. This ale was brewed with care, sometimes flavored with herbs or fruit, and consumed fresh. Nobles might even have their own private brewers. Quirky fact, some high-status cups were made from narwhal tusk, believed to be unicorn horn. They were thought to neutralize poison. So, if you were paranoid or just fashionable, you sipped from your mystical horn while eyeing your neighbor's intentions. Water, you ask? Only in theory? Most medieval water sources were suspect, especially near towns or livestock. So even children drank diluted wine or small beer, low in alcohol, high in hydration. If you saw someone drinking plain water, they were either a monk, a prisoner, or someone with a death wish. Historians still debate just how widespread wine consumption was outside elite households. In France and Italy, it flowed more freely. In England, wine had to be imported, another reason to flaunt it. The steward gestures, and servants begin pouring. Not all guests get the same drink. Higher status visitors receive the good wine. Lower guests might get ale, or the thinner mead. It's not about fairness. It's about reminding everyone where they stand. Someone raises a toast, the room hushes, and the cup is lifted with two hands, elbow out just so. Drinking etiquette matters. Sloshing is frowned upon. Guzzling, unthinkable. You sip, swirl, nod appreciatively, even if it tastes like raisins and regret. Some noble households served a pre-dinner tonic, a mix of wine, herbs, and spices intended to open the stomach. Think medieval aperitif. Other times, guests were handed a posset, a warm mix of milk and wine or ale, thickened with egg or bread. It sounds odd, but after a cold hunt or a long sermon, it hits the spot. You wander past the drink table and spot something peculiar, a small barrel labeled Hippocras. It's a sweetened wine infused with spices and strained through cloth, named after Hippocrates, no less. Because if you're going to drink, might as well make it medicinal. Another goblet arrives, this one with a floating flower petal, rose water and honey wine, served chilled. It's more perfume than drink, but it's pretty, and that matters. You think back to your own village. The ale was weak, the jugs cracked, and the best you could hope for was something not sour. But here, drinking is a ritual, an art form, a social ladder in liquid form. You lift a cup, feel the chill of the metal, smell the clove, and sip, not too much. You still have 12 courses to go. The clatter quiets. A hush ripples down the table. And then, dessert. But don't expect cake and cream like the modern kind. Here in the Middle Ages, sweets are both spectacle and subtle sorcery. You watch as the first dish is revealed, a golden dragon sculpted entirely out of marzipan. Its almond sugar wings shimmer under candlelight. The room sighs in approval. This isn't just a treat. It's a triumph. Medieval desserts for the wealthy weren't about satisfying a sweet tooth. They were about dazzling the senses, displaying power, and sometimes slipping in a little medicine under the sugar. A good dessert wasn't just tasty. It could be philosophical, or at least tooth-wrecking. You creep closer to a sideboard where several sweets await their cue. One is a glazed apple, carved into a rose, filled with candied ginger. Another, wafers stamped with religious imagery. delicate and whisper thin. There's a dish of sugar almonds, tinted pink with beetroot. And what's this? A jelly shaped like a fish, but layered in jewel tones like stained glass. How they did that? No one's entirely sure. Quirky detail. Sugar itself was once classified as a spice, imported, expensive, and used in pinches, not scoops. In fact, some nobles kept it locked in spice chests, rationed out by the household steward as if it were gold dust. You overhear a steward explain a dish to a guest. Rose pudding, infused with saffron and thickened with ground rice. Served cold, sweet, floral, and faintly medicinal. Many desserts pulled double duty. Pleasure and healing. Honey mixed with vinegar. Almond milk boiled with figs. Preserved quince with warming spices. Your apothecary and your pastry chef? Sometimes the same person. Historians still argue whether the average medieval noble had a genuine sweet craving or just followed fashion. But the survival of dozens of dessert recipes, from gingerbread bricks to milk puddings, suggests a strong appetite for sugarcraft. A servant offers a small tower of fried dough, twists, dripping in honey. You accept with reverence. It's warm, crisp, faintly scented with orange water. You close your eyes. For a moment, the cold stone walls disappear. There's something oddly childlike in all this. The pleasure, the mess, the soft crunch between your teeth. A nobleman laughs as his sugar swan topples sideways. Someone else drops a crystallized violet into their wine. And then comes the final showstopper. A sugar castle with tiny candied knights on horseback. Their lances, cinnamon sticks. Their horses, marzipan. The whole structure is edible, sort of. You wouldn't want to bite it, but you could, if you were important enough. It's likely none of this would have reached a peasant's bowl. The closest you got to dessert outside the manor was dried fruit, if you had a fig tree, or a rare spoon of honey when the bees cooperated, maybe sweet cheese on feast days. If the cows had been generous, you watch as nobles dip hard wafers into spiced wine and call it digestion. You wonder what their dentists or blacksmiths must have thought. A page carries around a small bowl filled with candied anise seeds. Guests take a pinch. The bowl clinks softly. It's the sound of status, delicacy, and 1,000 hidden calories. You take one last look at the sugar dragon, the jelly trout, the saffron custard, and you marvel, not just at the sweetness, but at the absurdity. The sheer human impulse to play with food. And somehow, even after 6 courses, you're not quite full. But you are charmed. Just when you think the banquet might finally be winding down, a gong sounds. The next course begins, and it's fish. Again, but not just any fish. This one is made of almonds and lies in a crust shaped like scales. You frown. Didn't they just eat a goose sculpted to look like a pheasant pretending to be a lamb? Why all this strange seafood now? The answer whispers back. Fasting. In the medieval world, the church loomed large, even in your stomach. Nearly half the calendar was made up of fasting days. Advent, Lent, Saints' days, and the never-ending parade of Fridays. Meat, dairy, and eggs were forbidden. But for the rich, that didn't mean eating less. It meant eating smarter or sneakier. You watch as a servant slices into a pie. It steams, smells savory, looks like pork, and is entirely made of ground walnuts, spices, and eel, a mock meat dish. one of many. Welcome to the world of culinary loopholes. Almond milk flows like water at this table. Used in place of dairy cream, it appears in stews, puddings, sauces, even fake butter. Some dishes are sculpted to resemble forbidden foods, while technically complying with church rules. You'd admire the cleverness if it weren't so exhausting to track. Quirky fact: one cookbook from the 14th century includes a recipe for an egg made of almond paste filled with saffron yellow syrup and served in a shell. It looked like the real thing, cracked open and all. Food as costume. Historians still debate how strictly fasting rules were followed by the upper classes. Some suggest that nobles bent the rules with impunity, while others argue that chefs simply became artists of the workaround. After all, no one wanted to displease God, but no one wanted to miss dessert either. You glance at the table. Everything is rich, fragrant, and somehow permissible. You notice a fish molded from sugar, surrounded by greens. Beside it, a jelly in the shape of a bishop's hat. The symbolism is so thick you could spoon it. And then comes the parade of dried and salted fish. Cod, herring, lamprey, some fresh, some weeks old, all masked with sauces. One nobleman claims it's better than roast venison. He's lying, but he says it anyway. The servants carry round warm rolls made without butter, sweetened with honey and rosewater. A sop of almond milk and herbs appears, then vanishes quickly. You sip a fasting wine, a weaker vintage, but still spiced, and imagine being pious and pampered. In your village, fasting meant boiled cabbage, lentils if you had them, maybe a pickled beet. Eggs were out, butter was sinful, and yet people obeyed. Mostly. The penalty for breaking fast could be public confession, or worse. But the lords behind these long tables, they had options. You admire the theater of it all. The righteousness draped in sugar, the abstinence dressed up as excess. You wonder if anyone ever truly believed it fooled God, or if it even mattered, as long as everyone nodded solemnly between mouthfuls. The final dish of this course arrives in a silver bowl. Stewed pears and almond cream, flecked with cinnamon, entirely appropriate for fasting, entirely delicious. You lean back, full of contradictions and candied eels, and marvel again at how the rich never quite say no. They just say it with flair. There's a change in tone now, a shift in fragrance, in plating, even in posture. This course isn't just food. It's diplomacy. You spot the first dish arrive, carried like treasure. A platter of saffron rice, perfumed with cinnamon and studded with raisins. A Moorish recipe. Someone whispers. Next to it, a roast quail glazed with pomegranate molasses. There are whispers of Byzantium, of Persia, of distant cities whose names sound like silk unraveling. This is the noble flirtation with foreign flavor. In a time when the world seemed impossibly vast, the rich dined like explorers, not just for taste, but to impress, to intrigue, to suggest that they were worldly, educated, and fabulously well-connected. Food became cultural currency. You lean in. A dish of stuffed grape leaves appears. Then, a stew with dried apricots and lamb, heavily spiced and slightly sweet. It smells like a spice market dream. Another platter boasts dates wrapped in pastry, dusted with powdered sugar. The table murmurs approval. Quirky fact: medieval noble households sometimes hired foreign cooks specifically to add flair and mystique to the menu. A good Saracen chef could earn his weight in gold. The term Saracen sauce shows up in multiple manuscripts, usually a blend of vinegar, sugar, and spices served with fish or game. Historians still argue whether these dishes were authentic imports or European reinterpretations. Recipes were often adapted from translated Arabic texts, filtered through Latin, and finally made in cold English kitchens with local substitutions. Still, the idea held power. You hear someone name-drop the Caliphate. Another guest speaks of Jerusalem as if he dined there last week. Food becomes a soft brag. You don't just eat apricots. You eat them like they do in Antioch. A server offers you a bite of something sticky, nutty, and perfumed with orange blossom. It's dense, sweet, unfamiliar. You chew slowly, surprised. It tastes of trade winds and long voyages. In the corner, a display of candied citrus peels, dried figs, and sugared almonds glitters on a silver tray. One nobleman boasts of owning a lemon tree in a conservatory, though no one believes him. You marvel at the reach of it all. These ingredients came on ships, on camel trains, through peril and expense. One bag of saffron might pass through a dozen hands before landing in this manner. And still, here it is, garnishing a rice dish, turning a chicken golden, making a statement. You remember again your village? The turnips, the onions, maybe the wild garlic in spring? No saffron, no citrus, no molasses, just salt and fire, when you had both. And yet, somehow, you're not bitter. You're fascinated. Because here, in this fleeting course, you see what food can be. A bridge, a mystery, a tiny edible embassy. Someone raises a toast in a language you don't quite know. It ends in laughter. The quail disappears. The syrup is licked off fingers, despite etiquette. And you let the foreign flavor linger. You don't know what half of it was, but you know you'll remember it forever. As the last of the Moorish dishes are cleared, something grander takes their place. Not necessarily tastier, but grander, bigger, louder, impossible to ignore. Because now, it's time to eat power. A whole roast peacock arrives on a silver board, its feathers reattached and fanned behind it like royalty. It's not food, it's theater. The beak has been gilded, the claws polished. It might even have jewels glued onto its tail. The message is clear. The Lord who ordered this meal controls wealth, nature, and probably your rent. You edge closer to the high table, where things get increasingly surreal. There's a pie the size of a wagon wheel. Someone slices it, and birds fly out. Again. This time, it's songbirds, probably terrified, but very on theme. Feasting was always more than eating. It was a political act, an edible flex. You fed your rivals to remind them who held the grain stores. You outfeasted your neighbors to signal supremacy. Even your allies watched what landed on your plate. Quirky fact, King Richard II once hosted a banquet with over 300 dishes in a single sitting. Some were never eaten. That wasn't the point. They existed to be seen. You glance down the table and see dishes arranged like an army. Roast beef carved into battlements. Loaves shaped like shields. One custard has been dyed to resemble a family crest. That's not pudding. It's propaganda. Historians still argue how much of this excess was for domestic guests versus foreign dignitaries. Some scholars suggest that certain dishes were designed with international politics in mind, meant to dazzle ambassadors, outdo rivals, or intimidate visitors who'd never seen a roast bear glazed in gold. And then there are the gifts, dishes presented to specific guests, carried in with flourish, like royal decrees you can chew. One plate goes to a knight who distinguished himself in a recent skirmish, another to a visiting abbot. Everyone watches. These servings aren't just reward, they're spectacle. You notice the seating, too. Who sits closest to the Lord? Who gets served first? Who gets the good wine? It's a seating chart of power, as legible as any scroll. At the far end of the table, lesser nobles eat quietly. No birds in their pies. No saffron rice. Still well fed, but clearly second tier. Even among the rich, the hierarchy is steep. A noblewoman gestures for a servant to refill her glass. He bows deeper than he did for the night before her. You note it. Everyone notes it. Nothing is accidental. And outside this great hall, peasants gather rumors. They hear what was served, what wasn't, who sat where. Feast is gossip, supper is social architecture. You sip a thin ale and wonder what it's like to eat without being watched, without each bite symbolizing your worth, your alliances, your ambitions. Probably quieter, probably lonelier. 2. Because here in the manor, a meal is never just a meal. It's a message, a crown and crust, and you're learning to read it. One extravagant course at a time. As the feast lulls into something slower, gentler, and just slightly bloated, a quieter course appears. A bowl of boiled lettuce, a dish of lightly poached pears, a syrup made from rose petals, drizzled over nothing in particular. You wonder if someone finally gave up. But no, it's just time for health food. Because even in the world of medieval nobility, digestion had its moment. You lean in. That lettuce? It's a sedative. At least according to Galen, supposed to calm the humors, still the nerves, and help with sleep. The pears? Cooked fruit was easier on the gut. Raw fruit? Suspicious? Dangerous? Maybe even deadly. Yes. Welcome to medieval food science, the odd intersection of flavor, fear, and 4 humors. In this world, health wasn't about vitamins or calories. It was about balance, hot, cold, dry, wet. You as a person were governed by these. Too much heat? Eat something cold. Too phlegmatic? Try wine. Too choleric? Better boil that lettuce again. Quirky fact, one manuscript recommends eating rose syrup to lift sadness and barley water to clear melancholy. Another swears by a combination of cinnamon and goat's milk for stomach upset. Science? No, but surprisingly soothing. You glance at the Lord's table. He's sipping something pale and cloudy, likely a posset, milk, wine, and spices, curdled just right. It coats the stomach. Feels like a hug. It might also kill a peasant. But who's checking? Historians still debate whether nobles actually believed in these remedies or simply found them fashionable. After all, the line between doctor and chef was occasionally blurred. One noble's breakfast tonic was another's dessert sauce. The kitchens prepared these with care. Infusions of herbs, light syrups, decoctions of lemon balm and marjoram. Not all sweet, but all soft. Easier to digest after courses that involved fireworks and feathers. Even color mattered. Pale foods were thought to soothe. Reds and blacks were energizing or dangerous. The nobility had the luxury to consider these subtleties. They had physicians who doubled as astrologers, who told them what to eat based on the moon. You spot a bowl of pottage made from almond milk, rice and sugar, almost porridge, but noble porridge, rich in spice and intention, served as both breakfast and remedy. Someone near you sips mint water. Another chews fennel seeds, digestives, before digestives had a name. You're handed a piece of candied ginger. It bites back, but then settles warmly. You wonder again about your village, where health food was whatever didn't kill you, where hot wine was saved for illness, and lettuce was mostly for goats, where no one measured humors, just how many steps you could walk without fainting. And yet, something about this slow, ritualized care feels comforting. Not the showmanship of a sugar castle or the bravado of a flaming pie, but something else, the quiet idea that food could heal, even if it didn't. A servant passes a bowl of rice custard. Someone mutters that it soothes vapors. Someone else claims it strengthens the heart. You're not sure about either, but it's warm and soft, and it ends the meal like a lullaby. You lean back, the candles flicker, the noise dims, and beneath the power and politics and theater, you find one simple truth. Sometimes, the rich just wanted to feel better after dinner. Outside the manor, the wind picks up. Somewhere, a shutter bangs. You catch a draft through the stones and feel the temperature shift, as if the feast has cracked, just a little, and let the real world in. Because now, it's time to look at the contrast. The reason this entire feast feels so theatrical is because of what isn't here. The porridge, the onions, the weak broth that most of the population would call dinner. The meat you've seen tonight, roasted, glazed, carved, refeathered, is not just indulgence. It's a dividing line. A slab of venison is more than protein. It's a declaration. I am not like you. In your village, meat is rare. A wedding might bring a slaughtered pig. A holy day might include a chicken. But for most meals, the pot holds water, barley, and the hope that onions will stretch the flavor. If a bit of bacon rind is added, it's a festival. If you're boiling bones for soup, you've already won. Inside the manor, however, meat is routine. Every course includes it. It's in pies, stews, jellies, and sauces. It's shredded, minced, baked, or disguised as something else entirely. Even during fasts, meat is imitated with stunning precision, because not having it feels like a loss. Quirky fact: some noble households kept detailed records of game consumption. 1 week's tally might include a dozen pheasants, half a dozen hares, 4 swans, and a hedgehog for variety. The hedgehog was sometimes stuffed with almonds and sewn back into its own skin. You try not to think about that. Historians still debate whether the rich genuinely preferred meat or simply used it to set themselves apart. The answer may be both. It wasn't just about taste. It was about abundance, control, symbolism. You glance at a pot of pottage being brought to the lower table. It's made of ground, almonds, and rice, creamy, sweetened, a distant, silken cousin to your village's version. You almost laugh. Back home, your porridge was rough. You stirred it with a stick. You left it overnight on the hearth so it'd congeal into slices. You carried it in cloth and ate it cold. It filled the belly, dulled the hunger, and gave nothing more. Here, even the gruel glistens. You overhear a conversation between two lesser nobles. One complains that the venison was slightly overcooked. The other agrees. Neither finishes their plate. You watch a servant whisk it away, still steaming, still tender, and dump it in a bucket for the hounds. The distance between porridge and venison isn't just taste, it's worldview. For the peasant, food is survival. For the noble, it's narrative. You begin to see the evening differently now, not just as a spectacle, but as a mirror. Each dish reflects what the rest of the world doesn't have. It's not just about pleasure, it's about contrast. That's why the feast is so extravagant. Without the backdrop of scarcity, it would lose its glow. You think again about your own dinners. The tin pot, the cracked bowl, the bite of raw garlic to add sharpness. And yet, the warmth, the laughter, the shared spoon. No peacocks, but no pretense either. Here, the candlelight flickers against polished silver. Outside, the stars flicker above smoky rooftops. And between the meat and the gruel lies an entire universe of difference. The manor quiets again, the last echoes of laughter slipping beneath the heavy beams. You step away from the glowing hearth and imagine a different kind of meal. One without the music, the marzipan, or the mirth. Because while the rich certainly knew how to feast, they also knew how to march. And when they marched, they took their appetites with them. Welcome to the wartime kitchen. You're now standing beneath a sagging canvas tent. Rain taps the roof. Smoke curls out from a crooked chimney pipe. The air smells like wet leather, boiled oats, and overworked men. This is a noble's traveling kitchen, a movable feast, if you will, dragged across muddy fields, siege trenches, and godforsaken forests. A large pot steams at the center, suspended over a low fire. Meat bubbles inside. Something tough, probably salted to within an inch of its life. A cook stirs with a ladle the size of your arm. The other hand waves away flies. Nearby, a spit turns with jerky irregularity. No servant here to crank it by hand, only a boy too tired to stand. The meat, game if they're lucky, rat, sometimes, horse, if desperate. One knight mutters about how he misses eel pie. Everyone groans. Quirky fact: noble armies often traveled with their own brewers, bakers, and livestock. A well-prepared army could include hundreds of support staff, cooks, butchers, barrel makers, cheese turners. A battle wasn't just won by swords, but by soup. You glance around. Barrels of grain stand at attention like soldiers. There are sacks of onions, garlic, dried peas. Salt is more precious than gold. Everything must be preserved, packed, hauled, and rationed. One lost wagon of beans can mean revolt. Historians still debate how well-fed medieval armies truly were. Some say nobles dined quite well in the field. Others point to accounts of mutiny, scurvy, and horses being boiled into broth. The truth? Probably both. It depended on the Lord and the weather. Tonight, this particular camp is lucky. A boar was caught and bled. Its hide now hangs beside the tent. The meat is being stuffed with apples and sage, then roasted over an open fire. For the Lord, of course. The rest get gruel. There's camaraderie here, though. Tired men laugh over black bread. A cook pulls something unrecognizable from a pan and declares it victory pudding. Someone throws a parsnip like a javelin. Morale. Apparently, is the secret ingredient. You peek inside a side tent labeled herbs. It's half kitchen, half apothecary, dried rosemary, thyme, mustard seeds, even a jar of preserved lemon peel. It smells like defiance. The cook here is the silent hero, keeping the noble's digestion in check while the world burns. You remember the manor's opulence, the sugared fruit, the molded jellies. And now, here you are, in a muddy field, watching a man with a ladle and a plan. Because even in war, the nobility expected flavor. A page passes with a wooden tray, boiled lentils, spiced with pepper and vinegar. Surprisingly good. Another tray carries hot ale, mulled with cloves. The Lord gets the first cup. Everyone else gets the dregs. Outside the firelight, horses whinny, armor clinks. A dog whines for scraps. Somewhere, a scout returns with news, and a rabbit. And still, the stew bubbles. Not as grand, not as gilded, but in some ways, even more human. A reminder that even the powerful get cold. Even kings need calories. And that behind every glorious battle scene, there's a tired cook stirring something that smells faintly like triumph and burnt onions. As the fire in the hall burns low, and the final crumbs are swept from the rushes, you begin to notice something else. A quiet choreography that's been playing out all evening. Not with the food, but with the people eating it. You see it now, in how the women sit, a little straighter, a little further from the meat. Their plates are smaller, the portions daintier, the flavors often more subtle, at least in public. Because medieval dining wasn't just about class. It was about gender, too. You watch as a noblewoman lifts a spoon of pear custard to her lips. She tastes, then dabs with a napkin. Her husband beside her tears into a game hen with far less ceremony. He's allowed to. She's expected to glide. Food, like everything else, was loaded with expectations. Noble women weren't just guests. They were hosts, arbiters of taste, and symbols of household civility. Their appetites, present but restrained. Their roles, visible but quiet. Quirky fact, in some households, noble women had their own private dining areas or separate courses. These might include sugar confections, delicate pastries, and herbal tonics said to ease the womb or balance the blood. You spot a lady being handed a small goblet, rose water and honey, no ale, no thick wine. Her neighbor receives candied fennel, a ladylike digestive. It's all gently coated. Historians still debate how strictly these gendered eating rituals were followed. Some records suggest private indulgences, a wedge of brie by candlelight, a slice of goose away from prying eyes. Others hint at quiet rebellion, with noble women relishing the same roasts as their husbands. Etiquette be damned. You pass a small alcove and find a curious gathering. Women sipping a warm almond milk tonic and nibbling spiced wafers. They're whispering, laughing. This is a different kind of table. A gentler, quieter feast where the conversation flows more freely than the wine. You notice how servants address the women. With more ritual, more deference, not always sincere, but always performed. The noble lady is both ornament and anchor, the image of virtue, and the one expected to hold the household's emotional reins. Back in the main hall, a different rhythm continues. The men lean back, loosen belts, roar with laughter. One balances a pear on his dagger tip. Someone toasts with both hands. The women smile, but from a distance. They're not excluded, but they play a different part. You think back to the kitchens, the mistress cook, commanding in her domain, a woman who tastes, orders, stirs, scolds. In that smoky, fire-lit chaos, there's power, but in the dining hall, it's veiled. You remember your village, where women ate what they cooked, when they could, where food was shared, not staged, where hunger didn't care if you sat daintily or with your elbows out. But here, at the manor, the table is a performance, and gender writes half the script. The final course arrives, sugared violets on tiny glazed tarts. The ladies accept them with practiced delight. The men mostly ignore them. And just like that, dessert becomes a line in the sand, the fire gutters. The last goblet is drained, somewhere in the rafters. A dog snores softly. The feast is ending. What began as a parade of roasted beasts, jeweled sweets, and sculpted sauces has softened into flickering shadows and the sound of chairs creaking back. The air smells of wax, wine, and the ghost of cinnamon. You look around. Half-eaten dishes dot the table like abandoned manuscripts. A gravy boat has tipped. A trencher is soaked beyond recognition. The bread lions have lost their heads. This is the part no one paints. The aftermath. Servants step in, quiet as winter wind, sweeping crumbs, gathering pewter, bundling tablecloths. They work with precision, but not haste. The noble family drifts out in pairs and small groups, full and dazed, trailing silks and murmured gossip. Someone hums a lullaby. Someone else yawns with the grace of a cat. You linger, not because the food's still good. Most of it isn't, but because the spell is breaking. You want to catch every last flicker. A pie crust crumbles as it's lifted. A candle goes out. A marzipan dragon loses a wing. And yet, it's beautiful. This final moment, this slow collapse, is its own kind of theater. A velvet curtain falling in reverse. You pass a serving tray filled with half-sipped possets. One smells of nutmeg and almond. Another, sour with forgotten wine. Each cup holds a different end. You find yourself in the kitchen corridor again. It's cooler here. The floor is sticky. Somewhere, a boy is scrubbing a pot that could fit a man. Somewhere else, a girl eats the last spoonful of custard straight from the pan. A silent triumph. Outside, the sky has turned navy. The wind hums through the manor's stones. Smoke drifts from the chimney, the scent blending with dew and midnight. And now, the wind down, the feast fades gently from memory, its edges softened like butter melting into warm bread. Your mind grows quieter, like the hall you just left, still echoing with laughter, now reduced to silence. Your breath slows. Your limbs feel heavy. The roast swan, the saffron rice, the sugar violets, they drift further, like dreams already slipping away. You're still full, not from food, but from the weight of time. The textures, the sounds, the odd little details, a powdered lemon, a fish made of jelly, a goblet of mead passed like a secret. There's something soothing in the absurdity, something human in the extravagance, and something restful in the knowing that, eventually, even the grandest banquet ends in crumbs and sleep. So let it fade. Let the torches dim, the silver be polished, the hounds be fed. Let the marzipan melt. Let the cooks rest their feet. And you? You've earned your sleep, a long, rich, noble sleep, dreaming of gilded pies and the quiet dignity of porridge. Good night.